live in a connected world where information travels.
Are we safe in the digital world? For the most part, yes, we are. And we owe that to the digital heroes who ensures that our systems and networks are protected from cyber threats and intrusions. This year, join the Information Security Officers Group as we unveil the first batch of ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Awardees. For the first time, we will be recognizing the competence and commitment of outstanding Filipino cybersecurity experts with valuable contributions to the country's local and global security landscape. Who do you think deserves to be part of this first batch of Cybersecurity Excellence Awardees? Send your nominations at isog-org.ph. Join us on October 27, 2022 at the Shangri-La at the Fort for the awarding ceremony. Together, let's give recognition to the cybersecurity professionals who promote a culture of excellence in our industry.
behind every resilient system and network infrastructures are dedicated and efficient information security professionals. It's about time to turn the spotlight to our cybersecurity heroes who have gone beyond what is expected to protect our institutions from cyber intrusions. For the first time, the Information Security Officers Group will be recognizing the outstanding Filipino cybersecurity experts and institutions who shared valuable contributions to the country's local and global security landscape. This year, we are excited to launch the first ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Awards. We encourage everyone to participate in this milestone. For details on how to send your nominations, you may check our isog.org.ph. Join us on October 27, 2022 as we hold the ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Award at Shangri-La at the Fort. Together, let us give the recognition to the cybersecurity professionals who promotes a culture of excellence in our industry.
Welcome to ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum 2022. Our program will start in a few minutes.
Making informed decisions is the key to facing any challenge. Count on us to give you balanced, fearless news and information. Anytime, anywhere, always.
connected world where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness the evolution of technology. By strategically focusing on these 7 foundational areas, we're revolutionizing the way our partners do business. Our cloud practice empowers partners to transform their businesses through private, hybrid, and public cloud infrastructures. Our global deployment practice helps partners expand their global reach seamlessly through a single point of contact. Our services practice enables partners to grow their businesses through greater strategic insight and richer margin opportunities. Our security practice arms partners so they can safeguard their customers' information and reputations while unlocking opportunities for their business growth. Our unified communications and collaboration practice connects resellers to the products, knowledge, and expertise needed to create seamless interactions anytime, anywhere. Our networking practice enables resellers to accelerate global connectivity through the fully integrated networks and support infrastructures their customers demand. Our data center practice unleashes our partners' abilities to advance information management for their customers. No matter where our partners are in the technology landscape, Westcon Comstore is there to expand their horizons. Westcon Comstore, delivering results together.
Every day, we continue to see how technology influences our lives. From the moment we wake up to the time we sleep, technology is intertwined in our daily activities. They have allowed us to live smarter, better, and safer. During COVID-19 crisis, its role has been further amplified, allowing continuity of operations, facilitating collaboration, enhancing communications, and strengthening connections. At VST ECS, commitment to innovation inspires us to look beyond our limits. With every single step, we aim to enable every partner and deliver technology to help organizations transform their business. As a member of the VST ECS group, we have what it takes to bring technology where they matter most. For decades, we have played a role in technology availability through our partnership and collaboration with retail partners, mobility channels, online platforms, system integrators, ISVs, and born-in-the-cloud businesses. We offer opportunities to help organizations thrive in this changed world with our impressive portfolio. Imagine what you can achieve when you have access to the world's best-in-class ICT products. We represent more than 90 ICT brands, a wide spectrum of choices to help you stay ahead of the game. Imagine your growth when you have the capacity to address and serve diverse customer needs. We offer an extensive array of products, solutions, and services including notebooks and desktops, consumer and commercial, gaming devices and accessories, mobility, smartphones, tablets, gadgets and accessories, e-mobility, e-vehicle, lifestyle IoT, workstations, printers and copiers, supplies, unified endpoint management and virtual desktops, commercial digital display, document imaging solutions, POS solutions, AIDC, servers, hyper-converged infrastructure, storage solutions, power management solutions, networking, wired and wireless, network security, software, CAD and graphics, software, enterprise solutions, artificial intelligence, and robot process automation, data management solutions, 3D printing, software-defined network, big data solutions, IP surveillance and security, collaboration solutions, cloud solutions, containers, and microservices, DevOps, data center solutions and services, everything as a service, managed services, service and support pack, subscriptions. Imagine your strength when you cultivate relationships with industry leaders, game changers, tech experts, and trendsetters. There may be shifts in customer needs and market conditions. At VST ECS, we will remain focused to be the best and most admired technology partner in the Philippines. VST ECS Philippines Incorporated. Great products, great people, great solutions. Partner with us.
Welcome to Benilde School of Management and Information Technology, or SMIT. SMIT students are honed to be not only professionally competent, but also responsible professionals, business leaders, and entrepreneurs who value diversity and continuous learning through innovation. Benilde's beginnings are also rooted in the start of SMIT. In the 1980s, DLSU President, Brother Andrew Gonzalez, FSC, opened the Career Development Program, or CDP, which offered business programs for working students. CDP then grew to become SMIT, which from then on offered business programs that are reflective of today's industry in a technology-driven environment. In SMIT, classes are facilitated in an environment where learning happens in collaboration among faculty members, students, and associates. Our pioneering programs are cutting-edge and unique. SMIT was the first school in the country to offer programs in computer applications, export management, human resource management, interactive entertainment and multimedia computing, business intelligence, and analytics. Students can also enroll in real estate management, information systems, and cybersecurity. SMIT also continues to offer business management and marketing management under the Career Development Program. Our faculty members are industry practitioners who have worked as middle to senior managers and CEOs in various corporations. We also have faculty members who are industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and are distinguished members of the academe. SMIT programs are PASCU accredited, and the school is recognized as a center of excellence in business administration. SMIT continues to offer and will further develop programs that will provide our students with the needed competencies for them to be leaders in the fourth industrial revolution. We strive to be the school of choice for emerging business and technology leaders.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the fourth and the last series of the ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum. Please be ready as we will begin in a few minutes.
Are we safe in the digital world? For the most part, yes, we are. And we owe that to the digital heroes who ensures that our systems and networks are protected from cyber threats and intrusions. This year, join the Information Security Officers Group as we unveil the first batch of ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Awardees. For the first time, we will be recognizing the competence and commitment of outstanding Filipino cybersecurity experts with valuable contributions to the country's local and global security landscape. Who do you think deserves to be part of this first batch of Cybersecurity Excellence Awardees? Send your nominations at isog-org.ph. Join us on October 27, 2022 at the Shangri-La at the Fort for the awarding ceremony. Together, let's give recognition to the cybersecurity professionals who promote a culture of excellence in our industry.
Behind every resilient system and network infrastructures are dedicated and efficient information security professionals. It's about time to turn the spotlight to our cybersecurity heroes who have gone beyond what is expected to protect our institutions from cyber intrusions. For the first time, the Information Security Officers Group will be recognizing the outstanding Filipino cybersecurity experts and institutions who shared valuable contributions to the country's local and global security landscape. This year, we are excited to launch the first ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Awards. We encourage everyone to participate in this milestone. For details on how to send your nominations, you may check our isog-org.ph. Join us on October 27, 2022 as we hold the ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Award at Shangri-La at the Fort. Together, let us give the recognition to the cybersecurity professionals who promotes a culture of excellence in our industry.
Making informed decisions is the key to facing any challenge. Count on us to give you balanced, fearless news and information. anytime, anywhere, always.
We all live in a connected world where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness the evolution of technology. By strategically focusing on these 7 foundational areas, we're revolutionizing the way our partners do business. Our cloud practice empowers partners to transform their businesses through private, hybrid, and public cloud infrastructures. Our global deployment practice helps partners expand their global reach seamlessly through a single point of contact. Our services practice enables partners to grow their businesses through greater strategic insight and richer margin opportunities. Our security practice arms partners so they can safeguard their customers' information and reputations while unlocking opportunities for their business growth. Our unified communications and collaboration practice connects resellers to the products, knowledge, and expertise needed to create seamless interactions anytime, anywhere. Our networking practice enables resellers to accelerate global connectivity through the fully integrated networks and support infrastructures their customers demand. Our data center practice unleashes our partners' abilities to advance information management for their customers. No matter where our partners are in the technology landscape, Westcon Comstore is there to expand their horizons. Westcon Comstore, delivering results together.
To formally start our program, let us all give reverence to our flag and sing the Philippine national anthem, to be followed by the cybersecurity prayer. A pleasant morning to all of you. On behalf of the Information Security Officers Group, or ISOG, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the last ISOG I Am Secure 2022 Metaverse Forum. My name is Diane Querer, and I am honored to host this virtual discussion of great minds today. With an overall theme of traversing beyond the realm of cyberspace, the Metaverse Forum series is a presentation of radical transformation in the digital world and significant business opportunities. The stakes are high, and so are the threats and the risks. The regulations and standards for transparency, privacy, and decentralization are rising values we need to adapt to in this unpredictable user engagement environment. This forum gathered experts, decision makers, and cyber leaders who will exchange with us the latest and most engaging solutions to gain significant advantage. And all these won't be possible without the support of our organization partners, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Bankers Association of the Philippines, National Privacy Commission, and the Department of Information and Communications Technology, plus, of course, our sponsors and media partners. Featured today are Titanium sponsors, Microsoft, CrowdStrike through ITSDI, Platinum sponsors, Trellix through VST ECS, Rubrik through Exclusive Networks, and our gold sponsor, Gigamon through Westcon Comster. We'd also like to acknowledge previous sponsors who shared valuable content with us last May 19, June 23, and July 21. Titanium sponsors, Trends, Psycognito, Huawei, Darktrace, Trend Micro, NetSec. Platinum sponsors, Checkmarks, Palo Alto, VMware, ExtraHop, Mandiant, MDI Novair, Fortinet. Our gold sponsors, Efficient IP, Fluvoyant, Silverfort, IPV. And of course, our media partners, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Business World, DG.ph, and Backend News. Would also like to take this opportunity to invite everyone, yes, all of you, to nominate reputable Filipino cybersecurity leaders who made and are continually making impacts in securing the local and global cyberspace at the first ISOG I Am Secure Cybersecurity Excellence Awards. For every confirmed and accepted nomination, you can win an ISOG portable security box. Deadline of submission of nominees is on September 8th, and please see the chat box for link on how to nominate. Now, before we get started, I'd like to go over a few items so you can engage with us accordingly. Let me share to you some webinar reminders so we can have a seamless program flow today. All webinar participants, with the exception of the presenters, are muted for the remainder of the presentation. But as we value your participation, you will have the opportunity to submit questions for today's presenter by typing in your questions into the Q&A tab of the control panel or through the chat section. You may also send in your questions at any time during the presentation, and we will collect these and address them during the panel discussion sessions. So there you go. And to formally open today's event, may we now call on the Information Security Officers Group President and the Chief Information Technology Security Officer of Land Bank of the Philippines, who heads the network enterprise security of the company. Please welcome Mr. Archie Tolentino.
On behalf of the Information Security Officers Group, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the last forum series of ISOG Metaverse I Am Secure Forum 2022. I'm glad to be with you virtually. My fellow information security leaders and advocates of cybersecurity, for the past 2 years, we saw how the world embraced digital transformation in order to continue day-to-day activities in the pandemic. The Philippine government was not excused from this massive shift. The use of digital systems to provide citizens access to services and information nationwide became a requirement for economic recovery. From using web portals for vaccination registration to receiving fees through e-payments, government agencies have realized the value of digital transformation in providing better services to everyone. As the public sector has also gradually transitioned to digital, the idea of providing public services in the metaverse is possible. The virtual world offers endless opportunities to improve the way government agencies operate. In fact, China's busiest city, Shanghai, is now looking to use the metaverse in public services over the next 5 years. Their government is encouraging further study on how underlying technologies, such as sensors, real-time interactions, and blockchain technology, can be used to deliver public services. The Philippine government will sooner or later delve into this possibility. As information security professionals, we need to be at the forefront of the developments in the metaverse so we can provide guidance and support to our public sector as it will eventually explore these uncharted waters. This is the focus of today's forum. How can we safeguard our institutions during the transition to metaverse? How can we protect for our future for cyber attacks in the metaverse? What are the challenges of information security professionals in this new realm? These are just some of the questions we will answer today through the help of our experts and cyber leaders. In partnership with the Department of Information Communication and Technology, ISOG organized this forum to equip our cybersecurity professionals with knowledge that will hopefully reinforce their capabilities as dependable partners of the government in fostering a robust cyber environment. We are fortunate that DICT is with us to give an overview of the agency's plans and solutions as we face this new digital giant. Thank you, DICT, for your continued support to ISOG through the years. I wish everyone a productive day. Together, let us reinforce our industry so we can work together for a future-proof and resilient cybersecurity landscape in our country. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tolentino. We are privileged once again to have the support of Department of Information and Communications Technology, or the ICT. And today, we will hear from their secretary, who has an extensive career in public service that spans over 30 years in the field of information and communications technology. He specializes in ICT and its impact on law, justice, and governmental institutions. He has a track record of leading agencies and organizations from both public and private sector, with and produced milestones for every institution that he directed. As the appointed secretary of the ICT, he has since been working towards improving Philippine e-governance, strengthening the nation's cybersecurity initiatives to protect our citizens from cyber threats, and continuing the previous administration's digital infrastructure buildup to provide widespread connectivity across the Philippines. In his chairmanship at the Commission on Information and Communications Technology of the Philippines, he oversaw the formulation of Philippine digital strategy from 2011 to 2016, where he covered national concerns on telecommunications, broadcasting, human resource development, e-governance, postal reform, cybersecurity, data privacy, cyber services, business development, business process outsourcing, and telemedicine, among others. During his incumbency, the Philippines overtook India as the leading call center destination of the world. As Chief Information Technology Officer of the Judicial Branch, he developed and managed all computerization projects of the entire judiciary. He was the key person for ICT-enabled processes on the judicial reform, where he introduced and implemented ICT-enabled platforms to significantly reduce corruption and inefficiency in the entire judiciary. And these are just some of his contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the keynote of today's program, and we'll discuss envisioning the impacts of metaverse in the Philippines digital landscape, please welcome the ICT Secretary, Attorney Ivan John Uy.
Mr. Archie Tolentino, President of the Information Security Officers Group, Mr. Chito Jacinto, Vice President of the same organization, and 2022 Summit Chair. Chief Information Security Officers from all the different financial institutions and organizations, partners from the private sector, and fellow public servants, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to everyone. I'm indeed honored to be invited to today's forum about the metaverse and its implications to cybersecurity. This gathering is significant to our quest to build a nation that is ready for the future. As tech futurist Kathy Hackle says, in the metaverse, we are all builders. At the Department of Information and Communications Technology, we consider it a privilege to be an important part of building a digitally transformed Philippines. And thus, it is our mandate to understand the complexities of the fourth industrial revolution as we usher our citizens towards the digital age with better resilience and optimism. The DICT's mandate encompasses not just public access or connectivity, but policy and planning, resource sharing and capacity building, industry development, cybersecurity, citizens engagement, and countryside development. One of our key strategies to achieve our mandate is to promote and leverage on strategic partnerships with key industry partners and stakeholders like you. These partnerships are forged for vital reasons, and among them is to speed up growth and enhance the competitiveness of Filipino talent in the Philippine ICT industry. We believe that understanding disruptive technologies, such as the metaverse, will allow our citizens, especially our workforce, to thrive in a more hyper-connected future. With this very fast-paced digital environment, the government will have to be at the forefront of understanding, harnessing, and educating Filipinos about Web 3.0, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, blockchain, Internet of Things, and many more emerging technologies. In response to this challenge, our Industry Development Bureau continues to aggressively undertake initiatives such as SET-PH, or Stimulating the Growth of Emerging Technologies, and the Tech Trends online webinar series aimed at offering the public free and accessible sources of information, inspiration, and encouragement on emerging technologies. Through Tech Trends, we harness social media as a platform to deliver industry-calibrated learning sessions to reach the farthest provinces of the country with the help of experts in specific fields. As we move to the second month under the new administration, we shall strongly respond to the call of the President towards building a knowledge-based and digital economy. And so therefore, more and more advanced trainings and programs will be initiated by the DICT, particularly in promoting knowledge about the metaverse and enhancing our skills on cybersecurity. From a layman's perspective, the metaverse is simply virtual reality. However, at its core, the metaverse will change the way we live, we work, and we engage with one another, affecting business organizations, institutions, government, cities, and even nations. The DICT will need organizations like ISOG, CISOs, and many more to help us in this task of preparing our country for the advent of the metaverse, in ensuring that we gain the benefits of this technological innovation and avoid the adverse impacts. One such example of benefit is how our banking industry now see the metaverse as a platform to strengthen or revolutionize banking systems by increasing security and reducing fraud. According to Manila Times, Union Bank became the first Philippine bank in the metaverse. Its CTO and operations officer Henry Aguda says, gave them yet another opportunity to forge forward in our pursuit for teching up the Philippines and reinforcing our commitment to deliver superior customer experience across channels, including the metaverse. Research firm Gartner predicts that 25% of people will spend at least 1 hour a day in the metaverse by 2026. And with metaverse technology platforms predicted to become a lucrative market to the tune of $800 billion by 2024, according to a Bloomberg report back in December of 2021. Fear of missing out on those potential dollars is a powerful incentive. According to the latest digital 2022 report of social media management firm Hootsuite and creative agency We Are Social, the Philippines is currently ranked fourth with respect to the amount of time spent online on a computer by Filipinos aged 16 to 64 years old. This means that adoption to the metaverse by tech-savvy Filipinos is clearly going to happen in the near future. Geographical boundaries in the Philippines, being an archipelagic country, will become practically non-existent in the metaverse. Virtual or remote work has become not only a trend, but a strategy for many companies and individual professionals around the country. That the idea of working in a virtual reality will continue to grow. The metaverse will simply further fuel that fire. However, every good technology or platform does not come without a price. We are not immune to the constant threats and attacks on cybersecurity as we become more reliant on information and communication technologies. As we embrace the new normal, hybrid work arrangements, which combine on-site and work-from-home setup, are being implemented in some offices. This setup makes work-related data vulnerable to cyber attacks as workers use home networks and connections in doing their office tasks, which use lesser security measures than those in their respective workplaces. And so in the DICT, we also ensure together with our attached bureaus on data privacy and cybersecurity that we help protect our citizens from these threats. Crimes that are committed in cyberspace, such as hacking, malware, data breaches, phishing, and online scams, to name a few. With the help of different agencies and the private sector, we aim to enhance and help implement our cybersecurity plan for the country. To address cybersecurity issues, we continuously provide technical assistance and expertise to help address all forms of cyber vulnerabilities. The DICT helped to raise awareness on how to mitigate cybersecurity risks and threats as more and more people rely on ICT. We are educating our citizens on the proper and safe use of online platforms and resources to ensure their protection as they navigate cyberspace. The DICT, through its Cybersecurity Bureau, underscores the importance of personal and organizational cyber hygiene. Since we have been participating in the digital society, it is vital that we learn how to be responsible digital citizens. As part of our efforts to fortify our online security, the department is continuously conducting cyber-related trainings and seminars to the public in order to equip Filipinos with the necessary information and skills to be responsible and safe as they navigate the digital world. And finally, for updates on connectivity, to create an enabling environment, we are committed to expand connectivity to serve more areas and improve the overall speeds across the country. Ookla has placed the Philippines internet speed at 89.86 Mbps for fixed line. This is a big improvement from the 29 score of 19 Mbps. And we are exploring also more opportunities to connect our remote areas with better speeds and better reliability of our broadband connectivity. Our partners from the private sector, also through the private partnership program, are also instrumental in advancing our Philippine digital agenda. PLDT has launched recently the Jupiter cable system together with the Japanese counterparts, and it is the latest addition to PLDT's 15 international cable routing. Critical data traffic going in and out of the country. In fact, it is touted to be the fastest cable system between the Philippines and the United States at 126 millisecond latency between Daet in Camarines to Los Angeles. Additionally, Jupiter is anticipated to triple the capacity of PLDT from 20 terabits to 60 terabits once fully equipped. The Philippines is also set to be the first country in Asia, not just Southeast Asia, to enjoy Starlink, a satellite internet service operated by SpaceX under its low Earth orbit satellite connection. It already provides services to 40 countries and can deliver internet speeds from 100 to 200 Mbps for residential and up to 500 Mbps for enterprise connectivity. Its low latency at 20 milliseconds is one of the fastest that we've seen for satellite technology. And it is designed especially to address our GIDA, or geographically isolated and disadvantaged sites, where laying of fiber optic cables is either difficult or not feasible because of costs. So more Filipinos with this connectivity, more Filipinos can actually be part of the metaverse. And all these initiatives will be in place, and we hope to prepare the country in embracing digital transformation as we move further into the fourth industrial revolution. Once more, I would like to congratulate the ISOG, Information Security Officers Group, for continuously strengthening information security through awareness and education programs, promoting community and fellowship among information security leaders. Together, let us pave the way towards a progressive Philippines and for the Filipino people. Maraming salamat. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, the ICT Secretary Ivan John E. Uy. Maraming salamat po, Secretary Uy. Now, before we start to call our first sponsor speaker this morning, let me inform all of you that we have a Q&A or feedback chat contest, and everyone is encouraged to join to win these premium raffle items. We are giving out mechanical keyboard, 50-in-1 precision screwdriver set, 4-in-1 computer gaming set, waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds, geek cable, mechanical cable, and our very cute build-your-own brick swale robot. And we will have a draw before and after our panel discussion. So easy mechanics, you just need to place well-thought-of questions or feedback in every presentation. And we have our secretariat on standby to list all the names who will be asking questions and or placing their feedback to the presentation in our chat box. And from this list of names, we will raffle off our winners today. So all you need to do is type in your questions, tell us your comments, be participative and engaging. And that gives you a chance to win one of these cool and cute items. So there you go, easy mechanics, and good luck to all of you. So let's get ready as I now call on our first presenter for today. He is Microsoft's lead architect with extensive industry experience in telco, BFSI, retail, real estate, manufacturing, gaming, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare sectors. He has diverse professional experience in international and regional settings across Singapore and India, working closely with top strategic partners and customers spanning from EMEA, North America, APAC, Japan to ANC. Let us all give a virtual round of applause as Ujjwal Kumar presents to us the future of work with Metaverse.
I'm Ujjwal. I'm a lead architect with Microsoft Technology Center, and I lead emerging tech, which includes metaverse, quantum computing, robotics, and sustainability. I'm based in Singapore, and thanks for inviting us to talk about metaverse for modern workplace today. Let me start quickly with what our narrative for metaverse is. And before I do that, I will first take a quick step back when we talk about computing paradigms, right? Essentially, there has been a major shift in the way we have been talking about computing, what it is today, how it is affecting our lives. And we have seen a massive shift every 10 to 20 years. Personal computing have become uh, possible in the late 70s and early 80s, and when massive room-sized machines, mainframes shrunk over to something which could be reasonably fit in our home offices and work cubicles. And then came the rise of internet, which was around mid 90s, possibly making us to connect with each other and then be able to have a long distances information sharing over the internet. Then the last part of it came with smartphones, where we were able to leverage the necessity of cloud infrastructure and make the mobile computing truly possible with parity to location-based computing. Now, this new computing paradigm don't replace old ones, but rather stack like building blocks, redefining the tech that came before and the role it has in our life today. In this similar way, the smartphone did not eradicate the personal computer, but really serves the different role in our lives. So put together all of this, what we see is a new shift coming in the last decade, especially with the last couple of years coming in with a shift towards a hybrid work, especially because of the COVID. But at the same point of time, the cloud computing led to what we call as Internet of Things, essentially where we were having more compute and happen to have those sensors running on premise connected together to talk to each other with diagnostics and devices coming into picture. The rise of artificial intelligence has also helped in shifting the manual tasks like transactions and translations related into automated systems. And in the meantime, online gaming, for example, has helped friends, families, and communities to stay connected and wherever they are, through a mutually enjoyed interface and unlock this through their most creative and in a competitive selves as well. Now, these trends have been developing and maturing on their own timetable for years. But the explosion of this hybrid work and modern work has acted as an accelerant, throwing the fuel onto the fire and demonstrating a highly acute need for a computing paradigm that is immersive, straddles work and plays context together, and takes the place of in-person interaction when an in-person interaction is not possible. So comes the new evolution, and that is metaverse. Now, the question of what we hear is why it is now and why, right? So key thing about let's take the narrative of Microsoft here, from a metaverse perspective. Metaverse is a set of technology that allows for a persistent digital representation connected to all the aspects of a real world, like people, places, and things and processes. This is our definition. This is Microsoft definition of metaverse. While this paradigm is it in nation stage, this is specific enough to address the metaverse experiences and what we seek to be able to replicate the remaining broad enough scenarios around people, places, things, and processes and accommodate a wide range of experiences with a vast majority which has not even been conceived yet. So today I'll be talking about more focused on metaverse in modern workplace. But at the same point of time, I wanted to also explain the building blocks of what we are looking at. So let's look at under the hood scenarios of metaverse capabilities. And there are four key scenarios which we will look into. First of all, interact. And when we talk about being interactive, it can be experienced in different mediums, right? We can interact in different scenarios. When we talk about track the past, analyze, and predict, simulate, this is about the computable resources, right? Essentially, which we can query, which can analyze, simulate, automate, multiple of those use cases and scenarios. Then comes the modeling part of it, which is model and monitor, which is as something which can be described, reflected over, persisted, and loaded upon, right, across different systems. And then last but not least is about synchronization. Now, this is critical. This is between physical and digital, physical systems coming in interaction with a digital human and or things coming together, right? Imagine this where two or more people interact with the same object, which is in digital world, and it could be person sitting in physical world or the other person sitting in the digital world being interacting from some other part of the globe. Now, this is a new layer of infrastructure stack that gives us the digital and the physical world converge together, the the ability to interact and bring up the enterprise metaverse. Now, the enterprise metaverse would what brings together a lot of things which is on the right hand side from a technology perspective. Anything from sensors and edges, devices and equipments coming together with IoT, digital twin, and then the ability to map and work together through navigation internally and externally in indoor and outdoor environments, to analytics, which is basically applying AI into things like autonomous systems. Then the ability to provide the citizen developers to interact with this whole system so far through the low code, no code platform like Power Platform. And then the visual layer, which is coming in from a mixed reality perspective, HoloLens as a device, but also the platform SDK, which is Mesh, which enables both the devices like HoloLens, mixed reality devices, but also augmented reality and 2D devices running Mesh on Teams or CRM systems connected together for training and learning purposes. So I will be going through all of this quickly in next 10 minutes or so. Let's look at the mesh scenarios, right? So when we see Microsoft Mesh, it's a key element to unlock all the experiences metaverse. With Mesh, we are able to bring in immersive experiences for the frontline workers or to the broader audiences. Mesh is going to be enabling enterprises and creators to build immersive experiences for internal users, which is employee, as well as engage external customers and build thriving communities. So let's look at the key scenario of the mesh environment. Now, when we talk about metaverse and modern workplace, here we are looking at three important things, which is about presence, experiencing together, and connect from anywhere. Now, mesh enables presence and shared experiences from anywhere, right? Essentially, mesh brings the digital to the real world, and it enables this immersive experience and enhances the connection with other across devices. So you will have the ability to create, consume, and collaborate and experience together with mesh. On top of it, you will also like to get this experience of feeling the presence, connecting with new depth and dimension with your co-workers in the modern workplace scenario. So engaging with eye contact, facial expressions, and gestures. Your personality shines as a technology fades away in this case. So things like immersive presence through avatars and holoportation, which is about bringing somebody from an external world or external location into the physical location. So people who are not in present in the same room acts and behaves with objects which may or may not be present in the same room in a digital or physical format work together, right? And this is where the capability comes in with this photorealistic kind of expression built in with mesh. Additionally, it's about experiencing together. So digital intelligence comes to real world where we can see, share, and collaborate on the persistent 3D content, which in this case is an example of a car, where we move through your world and get relevant digital information when wherever you need it. So this fluidity accelerates decision making and speed up the problem solving scenarios for us, especially in simulation scenarios. And then we are also talking about connecting from anywhere. Now, in this case, we enjoy the freedom to access mesh on HoloLens, but also on VR devices and also on mobile phones or tablets and PCs. What it means is that you're not only restricted to mixed reality devices, but you can also work on virtual reality and also on 2D screens running 3D examples. Now, going forward, I wanted to explain quickly about the different use cases and scenarios in modern workplace. When we talk about mesh and metaverse overall, what we envision is that organization enables this immersive experience for both employers and their customers. When we talk about employers, from an immersive meeting to product reviews, involving 3D content, uh, to have meetups, also happy hours, for example, right? Scaling large scale town halls where you would want to have events and be able to share information about each other. It could be connecting to each other outside in a world which may not be confined with 3D walls or four walls, right? Be able to share those information with each other in a connected and shared way where you feel that presence. Hybrid work is on the top of mind of many organizations. When we talk about modern workplace, it's for enterprises, leaders are looking for a way to sustain their unique culture and enable social connections in this new paradigm. So when we talk about mesh and metaverse, basically mesh is a key pillar of metaverse which will enable the hybrid work. But at the same point of time, thinks about teams, things like connecting with each other on two-dimensional connections would continue to work on using the standard laptops and PCs. Now, organizations can also leverage the metaverse to engage external audiences in a modern workplace, such as customers or fans through virtual stores or events and conferences. So there are many scenarios where we conduct large events, virtual conferences. There could be meetups which we conduct, and all of this could be enabled again through the mesh and Teams and metaverse platform I was talking about. Now, specifically, when we talk about the metaverse with Teams enablement, Mesh is going to be playing a key role here. Now, Mesh for Teams will enable new experiences. One of the key things I wanted to highlight here is about the platform itself. It's under development, and we are going to be announcing the preview features soon. At the same point of time, Mesh for Teams has been announced last year, and then in the Build conference in May this year, we went ahead and added some videos. So I'm going to share some of those today with you. One of the features which like a lot is about personalized avatars. And these avatars are not only giving you the ability to be present in the meeting without turning on the camera, but also the flexibility or choice to get away with the video fatigue. You basically can turn on the camera, but the camera will capture your actions, which will be translated back to your expressive avatars to showcase those gestures or to replicate your eye movements, facial gestures, and so on in this immersive world. The mesh for Teams also integrates with Azure Active Directory and M365 modern work M365 integration, which basically supports the security privacy layer, which is critical for PC and mobile devices and also head-mounted displays to make sure that you can quickly adopt and deploy at scale and a platform that will meet your needs for the future. On the right-hand side of this slide, I also wanted to highlight about this immersive spaces. This is the ability to bring people, your co-workers, in the space where you want to work together. It may not need to confine again within the four walls or the boundaries. You can actually have this meeting on the moon or anywhere else in the part of the galaxy or universe. The key thing about this platform is that you can enjoy working with people who you like to work with in this new immersive world. With the examples, I wanted to bring forth a quick scenario of how this will work together. So this is a physical human being interacting with the camera and the other person turned on with avatar onto the mesh for using mesh for Teams with the expression which works together seamlessly. Here is a quick video I wanted to play to show the collaboration in the modern workplace, where you can talk about the goals, targets, and so on. So whiteboarding happening with people across who may be sitting across the globe, not in the same room. Now, not everybody is going to be wearing a VR device or a HoloLens. And for this kind of scenario, just wanted to give you a view of the desktop scenario as well. So you can see that the same sort of people can interact with people on wearing nothing but just a standard camera and a Surface device or a tablet or a PC, or even a phone for that matter. As you could see that this immersive experience is inclusive in nature and can be joined using PC with a complete view to navigate around this immersive world space and provide an unhindered view of the whiteboard and meetings and interactions. So presence in this case is being able to see what others can see, but also immersive capabilities is going to be embedded directly into Teams to enable this modern workplace with Mesh. One of the key feature I wanted to demonstrate about the upcoming scenarios and from the product itself is the Teams capability avatar. So you can customize these avatars. You can have an immersive view to schedule meetings, drop-in spaces where you can work with your colleague in a different world altogether. Now, this is something which will make it more convenient to work with from phone, laptop, desktop, and if you're wearing a HoloLens device. Now, you don't have to create immersive meetings separate for Teams. Each Teams meeting will automatically become an immersive meeting for you. And you are looking at not only head-mounted devices, but also standard devices with a natural extension to M365 workflows, security, contracts which needs to be set up with IT setups coming in as a natural extension of your existing IT workplace with the modern workplace with Metaverse. So what next you can do? I would rather recommend that you go ahead and look for the Mesh for Teams on Microsoft, and you can also get your developer teams to join the Microsoft Mixed Reality Developer Program, where there's a SDK coming up. With that, I'd like to thank you. And if you have any questions, feel free to post in the chat and we will be happy to take them up and answer them later. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much as well for that insightful discussion, Kumar. Again, please note that your questions will be entertained by the speaker during our panel discussion after 2 more presentations. So the speaker can also opt to respond to your queries at the chat box. Just feel free to use the Q&A tab and chat box for your questions. And we are taking note all of those names for our Q&A and feedback contest. So thank you to all of you. Now, for our next discussion, we will talk about bringing security into built in the cloud and for the cloud. Cloud native applications are driving digital transformation and creating new opportunities to increase efficiency. Thus, a cloud native approach brings both speed and scalability, attributes its proponents can all agree on, even if they can't agree on what the term cloud native actually means. For CrowdStrike, cloud native technologies are purpose built for the cloud and leverage its unique capabilities as part of their architecture. No matter what the term means to you, the growth of serverless functions, microservices, and containers by developers has introduced new security risks that have to be accounted for. And our speaker for this is a cybersecurity specialist of CrowdStrike who has more than 14 years of experience in IT security. Prior to CrowdStrike, he was with McAfee for more than 6 years and has extensive experience in helping large enterprise organizations across Southeast Asia implement comprehensive security programs. In addition, he has demonstrated and deployed security architecture to strengthen protection for numerous customers where controls may have been breached and sensitive information compromised. In his recent role as a product manager, he worked closely with key customers in the APJ region to understand their security initiatives and requirements, which helped him define the roadmap with the engineering team. Let us learn from the CrowdStrike's APJ Senior Product Manager through ITSDI, Mr. Sanket Basin.
You've heard it before. The connected age. Life at the speed of the internet. It's a digital world. What you might not have heard is that we can keep it safe, because at CrowdStrike, we stop breaches. So wherever you go, go with confidence. Anywhere. Welcome to Anywhere. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining. Thanks a lot for attending this Bright Talk discussion around bringing security into the DevOps. Last 2 years, world saw two big global events. One is focusing on how to fix the COVID-19 situation, which still, world is struggling in fixing the Omicron, the new variant. And the second is the pressure around moving or going digital. Now, digital transformation was quite inevitable looking at the situation, and that gave a push to a new architecture, which is the microservices architecture, moving away from traditional monolith to microservices. The reason is the microservices architecture, it's quite agile. resilient, and quite scalable, which was the key requirement for going or moving digital. Now, microservices architecture again gave birth to the containerized application, and most of the modern applications are containerized. And when it comes to building, developing those containerized application, every organization they have or they build their own CI/CD or DevOps pipeline. But that DevOps pipeline, it's a quite a cool concept, but that brings in another set of security issues. And that's exactly we're going to learn today in the session, that what exactly is the DevOps pipeline, what are some of the security issues related to the DevOps pipeline, the threat landscape around containerized application, and what's the best approach to fix those security issues and bringing security into DevOps, which is DevSecOps. But before we move into the topic, let's learn a little about me. Myself, Sanket. I'm the senior product manager based in Singapore, covering the APJ region with 13 plus years of security experience, working with organizations like McAfee, Radware, covering the Asia region. So why DevSecOps? Why we are discussing this topic and why this topic suddenly has gained traction in the market. But before we go into the key topic, let's understand what exactly is the DevOps or CI/CD pipeline. Now, this is a typical DevOps or CI/CD pipeline built by organization if they are building the modern containerized application. From left to right, you can see it starts with developers writing the piece of code. Like if you take the example of a containerized application, container application are very lightweight. Developers, they just write a piece of code. They start with some base image or any pre-built container images, and they write some line of codes, the dependency, the binary dependency, and that's it. So those are the lines of code, written by the developers. It goes through a regular code check, and once a developer is ready to commit the code and they commit the code, the pipeline starts. And again, from left to right, the pipeline starts with the build stage, where when the code commit happens, tools like Jenkins, Bamboo, or any other CI/CD tools used by the organization, it basically pulls that particular Docker file or container file and builds the container image out of the file. So this is where the container image gets built. And once the image is ready, it is being pushed to the registry because mostly the containers are in the registry, and from where the tools like Kubernetes or any orchestration tools being used to deploy the image from registry into the production environment. So this is a typical CI/CD pipelines, how it looks like for any organization. But what we have seen in last 2 years, and based on many third-party reports, the supply chain attacks are on surge. We have seen many supply chain attacks. Some of them are ransomware. Some of them are the data breaches where the supply chain is being used for initial access. 80% of the supply chain attacks where the containers are involved, we have seen two kind of behavior from attackers. One is deploying a crypto miner or injecting a crypto miner binary into the container or the pre-built containers. So typically, let's go back to the pipeline, what we discussed. Like I said, a Docker file is nothing but set of code, but usually it starts with a base image or any pre-built Docker images, which are available in the public repository or public registry like Docker Hub. So Docker Hub is quite a well-known one. We are all aware of it. But what we have seen in the past, that 50 to 60% of the Docker images in the Docker Hub has some kind of malicious binary, mostly around crypto miners. Attackers, they use typo squatting kind of attack to make their Docker or to look their Docker nomenclature very similar to the pre-built images. And if developers are using those image to develop their own containerized app, they will 100% have those malicious binary. So malicious binary mostly around crypto miners, what we have seen in the past. And the second is around misconfiguration. So we have seen, during the development phase, always there are certain misconfiguration. And what we have seen in the container world, the most common one is leaving behind the secrets in the Docker file. So there are many ways where developers can add a secret in their container app or Docker file. Either they add in the file, or they add, or they have a separate location, the secret location from where the container image can read the secret, which is actually a best practice. But most of the time we have seen that developers, they leave behind the secrets inside the Docker file. And if anyone has access to those image, they dissect and they can get access to those secrets. So these are the two key attack tactics what we have seen in the container world. Now that brings into the key topic, like what is DevSecOps. So we saw the pipeline, we saw some of the attack vectors in the container world, but what exactly is DevSecOps? So DevSecOps, the simple definition of a DevSecOps is security enabled DevOps. Now what it says is the three key requirement. One, security should be at each and every stage of the pipeline, pre-runtime to the runtime. So we saw that from Docker file, how the image is being built, how it is being pushed to the registry, and how it's being deployed. So once it is deployed, the containers are running, that becomes a runtime. So DevOps says, or DevSecOps says, that the security should be part of each and every stage, and that's how it is shifting towards the left, going closer to the developers, making sure developers get all the actionable information once the tools are being run, and they get all the information to fix those vulnerabilities, to fix those issues in the code, so that they get a cleaner code to deploy in production. So this is exactly the requirement from the DevSecOps. Now, what's the right way, or what's the best practice to bring in security into the DevOps cycle or pipeline? So CrowdStrike, we offer end-to-end from pre-runtime to runtime, the security solution, fixing all the security issues within the DevOps pipeline, starting with the image scanning. Like I said, during the build stage, the image is being built from the Docker file. So CrowdStrike, we have two approach to scan the image, either during the build stage, where we can integrate, or developers can integrate with their CI tools like Jenkins, Bamboo, the CrowdStrike image scanning functionality. And once the image is being built from a Docker file, the image can be automatically pushed into CrowdStrike for scanning. That's option number one. And once the scanning is done, the results can be pulled automatically by those tools, and developers can have full access. The second option, which is little frictionless from the developer's point of view, where we don't have to integrate or we don't have to tamper any pipeline, where we can integrate the registry itself. We can scan the images from the registry, and once the scanning is done, again the results are available for developers either via API or in the UI, and that's what we're going to see in the subsequent slide. But technically, like I said, the security is or should be there at each and every stage. So this is the first stage where the built image should be scanned either during the build stage or when it is pushed into the registry. The ultimate goal is to get the details around any vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, or any kind of malware or malicious binary inside the build image. So that's the pre-runtime. But CrowdStrike, we also offer the runtime protection against the threats when the containers are running in production environment. So we're going to learn in my subsequent slide how CrowdStrike helps to protect any attack, because some of the attacks can be seen only during runtime. Not everything can be detected during the image scanning stage. But like I said, security is important at every stage from pre-runtime to runtime, and that's how CrowdStrike helps to bring in security. So let's start with the first one, the container image scanning. Like I said, it can be, or the image can be scanned during the build stage or when it is pushed into the registry. But the ultimate goal of image scanning is to make sure developers or organizations, they get full visibility around any kind of vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, or any malicious binary or malware inside their build code. built image. So once CrowdStrike received the image either from the build tool or from the tools like Jenkins or scanning from the registry, it scans against all the three parameters, which is vulnerabilities, malware, and misconfiguration. And the results are available via API or the UI, the screenshot of what you can see on your on the presentation. So the information like how many total vulnerabilities we saw, how many image we scanned, uh, how many key or critical vulnerabilities are there in the images, and also we will have a separate section in the UI where we will show the actively exploited vulnerabilities. Now in the vulnerabilities world, patching is not an easy task, and developers, they want a very surgical information, a very key information where they can prioritize which vulnerabilities or which issues should be fixed first. And CrowdStrike we help prioritize those vulnerabilities by uh, enriching the vulnerabilities with a data set what we have around the actively exploited vulnerabilities. So we tag the vulnerabilities as easily available, uh, you know, uh, not available, and also actively exploited. Now, actively exploited is coming from third-party sources and also our own threat intelligence, where we know that these vulnerabilities being actively used by the adversaries like Log4j. We found that some of the e-criminals were using the Log4j. So this way, developers, they get they get the information around the vulnerabilities, and also prioritize. They can easily prioritize which should be fixed first. And also you can see we give the information around the running vulnerable images, which is quite important, and I've not seen many tools providing that, because one is you detect the image is vulnerable, and the other one, or the other information, is how do we know that some of the running container images or running container instances are using the vulnerable images. So this information helps the DevOps team to understand that there are certain vulnerable container instances running from the vulnerable images. Now, other than that, we scan against the malware. So we can detect, if there are any crypto miners or any malicious binary inside the code. So we dissect, we do static dynamic analysis of those files to detect uh, whether the image has any malicious binary. And also at the bottom, you can see we detect some of the key misconfiguration. Like I said, misconfiguration is another uh, information that is easily exploited by the adversary. So we detect, we scan the code and we detect if there are any instruction set used in the Docker file which are vulnerable, if there are any secrets left behind in the Docker file, if the image itself is running as a root, like a root container or a privilege container. So these misconfiguration gives the visibility to developers that is something wrong in the Docker file, and which helps them to fix those issues and build a new image. So like I said, once we scan, we show the result in the UI, and also we give the information via API for developers to take an action on. Not only that, like I said, one is scanning, giving visibility around the vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, and malware. And the second is giving right actionable information at the right time to the developers. So for that, CrowdStrike, we have our built-in prevention policies for the vulnerable images. So organization, based on their need, they can customize this. Like in my example, I want, if any of my image has a critical vulnerability which is being actively used in the wild, and which has a CVSS score of 7.2 and above, I want this image to be blocked from the deployment. So you can create this policy from CrowdStrike, and the result will be available to developers via API. So technically what will happen is, when the image is being scanned, and if the criteria is being met as per the prevention policy, developers will get the result that whether this policy or this image should be deployed or not. So with that API result, developer can re-tag their image, and they can take an action to block until or until they fix that issue. The second is the notification workflow. It's a built-in workflow, a kind of a SOAR functionality within the platform for all the module, including cloud security, where developers can have their own workflow. Like in this case, the workflow is around image assessment. And if I see any critical severity being actively used by the attackers, then I want this to be notified immediately to the developers. So the notification can be via email or Slack or Microsoft Teams, or there are custom webhooks available for customers to customize and have their own webhooks. So technically, going back to the philosophy of DevSecOps, one, it should be at every stage. Image should be scanned, the visibility should be provided against the vulnerability, misconfiguration, malware, and the actionable information should be sent to developers to fix the issue. So that's the pre-runtime security into the DevOps. Let's understand how CrowdStrike helps to protect the workload when they are running in production. So technically, if you look at the container architecture, the workloads or the architecture itself looks like this. You have a worker node, which is basically doing all the work, managed by the master node. The worker node will have a base kernel image. On that, it would be running some container runtime like Docker or any other container runtime, and would be orchestrating all the pods in the container. So typically, there are two scenarios here. The first scenario, what you can see on the presentation, is where organization or the customer, they have access to the base operating system or the worker node operating system. And the customer responsibility is to protect the base operating system and also all the containers running on that OS. So CrowdStrike, with one single sensor, which is a kernel-based sensor, deployed at a kernel level to the base operating system, helps to prevent any adversarial activity at a kernel level, at a base operating system level, or any activity inside the container, because containers are nothing but a process running inside the same kernel. So sitting at the kernel, we can detect all the adversarial activity within the kernel and in the container. So this deployment methodology, which is very unique to CrowdStrike, it's a very simple deployment, deploying only single agent to the kernel or to the worker node operating system, and protecting every containers running on that, including their base kernel also. The second deployment mode is quite interesting, where cloud providers, they kind of promoting their serverless environment, which is quite a good environment for customer, where they don't want to manage the base operating system. They just want to orchestrate their container. So the environment like AWS Fargate or similar environment in Azure and GCP, where they call it as serverless environment, and organization, they don't have access to the base operating system. Now, when you don't have access to the base operating system, you can't deploy anything to the kernel. So the only option for customer to protect their container images in those environments is to look for another container sensor. And CrowdStrike, we provide a Falcon container sensor, which is like a sidecar container inside the pod. And the deployment is all automated using the Kubernetes cycle or Kubernetes deployment. And every pod, once you configure this at a cluster level, then every pod within the cluster will by default have CrowdStrike sidecar container. So the first one on the left is basically one agent per node. And the second one is where you cannot deploy agent to the node. The pods will be protected with a sidecar Falcon sensor. But the functionality is exactly the same. We provide the protection using our machine learning, behavior analytics engine, and 24/7 managed threat hunting. Again, we are quite unique in industry to provide a managed threat hunting looking into the cloud events, because we all know cloud is quite different. The telemetry, the endpoint events are quite different for the cloud. And we have dedicated hunters looking into the cloud events 24/7 to detect some adversarial activity which is not being detected by the technology. So with this, we saw that what exactly is the DevOps pipeline, what are some of the security issues within the DevOps pipeline now when customers are developing those modern containerized apps. What exactly is the expectation from a DevSecOps? What is a definition of DevSecOps, and how CrowdStrike help with by providing the security at every stage of the pipeline from pre-runtime to runtime, and adhering to all the best practices around the DevSecOps. So what we learned today in the presentation is, number one, security should be part of each and every stage of the DevOps pipeline, right from the build stage to the deployment stage. The regular scanning of the image is really required. The security should be into the pipeline right from the build stage, where the images are being scanned regularly, and the notification or the actionable information is being sent to the developers to fix those issues. And finally, the runtime protection, because uh, I have attended many DevOps webinars in the past, but mostly people, they talk about the image scanning part of it, and they 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 focus more on the pre-runtime, but runtime is equally important, because like I said, some of the attacks can be detected, or some of the adversarial behavior can only be detected during the runtime. You cannot detect everything during the image scanning. So the runtime prevention is important, and not using a traditional signature based approach, because that doesn't work in today's modern application environment. So organizations should look for a runtime protection using the signature less approach, and also bringing in the managed threat hunting into the cloud events. So these are the key things to remember from the today's discussion. And finally, reach out to CrowdStrike team, the CrowdStrike expert team, if you are into modern application development, and definitely you're going to face the same security challenges. So reach out to us for any deep dive discussion on any of the topics what we discuss. So with that, let's open up for Q&A, and let me look into the Q&A box. Okay, I can see some of the questions. The first one is, let me read out for you all. What all Kubernetes environments are supported for protecting containers against the runtime threats? That's a very good question. Like I said, runtime threats is quite important, and we support Kubernetes environment like EKS, which is Amazon EKS, Azure AKS, Google GKE, self-managed Kubernetes, Red Hat OpenShift, and also SUSE Rancher. The second question I can see in the question box is, are the image scan results available via API? Less 100% the image scan results are available via API, and we are quite DevOps friendly. Like I said, we have an integration with Jenkins. We have a Python script which any developers can use to integrate with Jenkins, Bamboo, any of the CI tool, which will automatically submit the built image and automatically fetch the scan results. Another question, how can developers stop the deployment of any vulnerable image? Yeah, that's another good question, because like I said, developers should get an actionable information after the image assessment. And like I briefed during the presentation, that using CrowdStrike, organization can have the custom policy, the prevention policy, where they can define their criteria, what is critical for them. And once the image assessment is done, and we see any match based on the policy, then developers can get the result via API. The result will say whether to prevent the image from deployment or to successfully deploy it. So if it says to prevent, then developers can tag the image. They can use any image registry configuration to stop deploying or to stop the deployment of the particular vulnerable image. Let's see if there are any questions. What about standardization of OS images and container over and above IAA code? So if I understood the question correctly, what about standardization of OS images? Okay. So if organization you're using a kind of a standard image, or is the question around if we are checking the OS OS level configuration? So technically, the scan results will give you visibility around vulnerabilities in the base operating system, misconfiguration in the Docker file, or any kind of malicious binary inside the image. And you will see some of the upcoming features. I cannot talk about the roadmap here, but you're going to see some of the upcoming feature around the infrastructure as a code scanning. Now the question is, yeah, it's the same question around the deployment failure. We have already answered, but yeah, I don't see any other question. We still have 4 minutes to go. Any last questions from anyone? If not, then thank you very much. Thanks for joining the session. Hope I was able to explain what exactly is the DevOps pipeline, the security challenges, and some of the fixes provided by the unique technology from CrowdStrike. So any further deep dive, please do reach out to us. We can have a demo session or a deep dive discussion around any of the technologies. Thank you very much. You guys stay safe and have a great week ahead and a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very informative presentation on bringing security into the DevOps, Mr. Basin, and thank you also for answering some of the queries from our attendees. For our third session, ladies and gentlemen, we will learn about addressing cyber readiness with XDR for adaptive defense. The metaverse is quickly becoming the next must-have concept within enterprises to improve engagement and user experience for employees, customers, and partners. And while the metaverse isn't here just yet, that doesn't mean companies can't consider the security challenges it will bring. Key concepts and justifications for the metaverse are known, but the security and privacy issues this new virtual universe contains remain largely unknown. To prepare in addressing these challenges, we need to look into the following: the need to reimagine cybersecurity and rethinking its approach, to increase cyber resilience and to address cyber vulnerabilities, and to look into possible approaches and strategies in cyber defense. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to introduce to you our speaker for this session, who is currently the Head Systems Engineering ASEAN Operations of Trellix from the previously announced merger of FireEye and McAfee Enterprise. He handles this territory that helps customers address evolving cyber threats by building solutions which provide better protection and insights when a breach occurs. Roland joined FireEye in 2014 and has worked in the ICT industry since 1993. Prior to FireEye, he held different roles in Cisco Systems Incorporated for its Asia Pac, Japan, and Greater China technical operations, by Intel, a local exchange carrier in the Philippines, and IBM, including technical management, pre-sales management, and technical operations management. A commissioned senior field grade officer in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, or AFP, with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the Army Ready Reserve, and is currently Deputy Brigade Commander of the 153rd Infantry Excellence Brigade Ready Reserve, which gave him exposures on technical intelligence, OSINT and SIGINT, and electronic warfare on top of his cybersecurity practice. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Lieutenant Colonel Roland Javins Ong, INF, GSC, MNSA, PAR.
Every day is a new beginning, a fresh start to make your mark. But to forge ahead in the future, you need a platform with a pulse. One that's always learning, always adapting, and always on. Trellix. Living security starts here.
This is Roland Ong, the head of the Systems Engineering for Southeast Asia Operations of Trellix. Let me share my slide. Okay. The metaverse is quickly becoming the next must-have concept with enterprises to improve engagement and user experience for employees, customers, and partners. And while the metaverse isn't here just yet, this doesn't mean companies can't consider the security challenges it will bring. Key concepts and justifications for the metaverse are known, but the security and privacy issues this new virtual universe contains remain largely unknown. What I'm trying to walk you through now is addressing cyber readiness with extended detection and response for adaptive defense in addressing our evolution to this new virtual universe that is metaverse. Now, for our talking points, let me quickly walk you through on the current state of cyber, what is XDR, and how we can develop an adaptive defense model, and then we will wrap up. Now, when we talk about the current state of cyber, we are looking into the cybersecurity super cycle. And I've actually highlighted 4 major drivers here. The very first one is the increasing attack surfaces. As we all know, the enterprise perimeter is dissolving due to the acceleration with cloud transformations and remote work trends. Specifically, when all of us were forced to live a digital way of life, when the pandemic hit the whole world almost 3 years ago. And at just at the same time, threats moving down market. Compliance-only security practices are no longer appropriate as threats are continuously hitting the different sectors of society. And security teams are overwhelmed, wherein we don't have enough people, budgets, nor expertise to operationalize the tools and effectively act on those threats. And as a result of that too, organizations want to simplify. What does it mean? Platform and tools consolidation with fewer vendors is the focus of every organizations now. And the teams are looking to improve their security operations. With these considerations in the cybersecurity super cycle, we need to appreciate as well and look into the current cyber threat landscape. And I would simply categorize this into looking into the why and the who. And I categorically put 3 major whys. When we talk about political, economic, and military advantage for national leadership as the main target, and when the other one is financially motivated, and the others are motivated by ideology or purpose. If we were to map clearly the who aspects on each of these whys, we can simply map it easily. But as the threat landscape continuously evolves, the why and the who, as far as the delineation is concerned, is becoming blurred. Blurred in the sense that we now see that the different threat actors are crisscrossing on the different intents or on the whys. Case in point, in the case of the Bangladesh Central Bank heist, for example, still considered the world's largest cyber heist. It may be financially motivated, but it was attributed to a nation-state sponsored threat actor. Now, at the end of the day, the question that we need to ask ourselves is, why do we care? Well, we really need to care because we need drivers for better defenses. We need to understand that SecOps landscape continues to struggle and that adversaries are erratic and intentionally unpredictable. The traditional linear defense approaches do not offer adequate guidance for this highly active threat landscape, thereby resulting to rising unpredictable attackers. Now you see the decline in security operations profile as well, wherein the result of insufficient defensive knowledge constitutes mainly on this factor, and also ineffective cybersecurity. Cybercrime cost grows 15% per year per Cyber Venture study last year. Now, since we care and we need drivers for better defenses, we need to look into what we can actually make as a course of action in order to address this issue. So let's take a look at the buzzword XDR, Extended Detection and Response. Now, if we were to ask the question, what is XDR and why every security vendors jump into this bandwagon? In the XDR market guide released by Gartner sometime last quarter of last year, XDR mainly defines integration and correlation of multiple telemetries and vectors such as endpoint, network, email, web, third-party solutions, cloud, to accelerate detection, response, and reducing security analyst headaches. X, which stands for extended, goes across several security vectors I mentioned, including other third-party solutions. D, which stands for detection, comes from the ability to detect and correlate threats across multiple vectors that I mentioned earlier the moment they arise. And R, which stands for response, enables your organization to be better prepared to respond effectively to attacks in real time. Now, looking into the other analyst view on the value of XDR. So I have lifted some of the salient points that these analysts have emphasized as far as their interpretation of what XDR is all about. If you look at Gartner, it simply focuses on the reduction of product sprawl, alert fatigue, integration challenges, and operational expenses. Forrester looked into providing security teams with flexibility, scalability, and opportunities for automation. IDC, in turn, focuses on helping reduction of false positives and truncates the time to find a single version of truth. In a nutshell, these are mainly focusing on the common aspects in our operation. And this is your SecOps. The need for us to run an efficient SOC, the empowerment of our SOC, and the simplification of our SOC as far as this three analyst view is concerned. Now, if we were to look into how the XDR architecture had been translated as far as this market guide is concerned, released by Gartner, this mainly constitutes simply as the different layers that are stitched accordingly to seamlessly work on each other, wherein your SecOps, your analysts, the IT ops, or even in the case of a managed security services provider, is being interfaced by a one console in the SecOps operation via an integrated security platform, wherein in the back end, the core engines, the endpoint vector, network, email, cloud, and data serves as the core engine that stitches and connects to this integrated security platform. And in the same time, the labs or threat labs wherein the different cyber threat intelligence capabilities, machine learning and artificial intelligence, advanced multi-vector analytics, the advanced groups capabilities plus playbooks can readily be played on, and eventually data lake, wherein at the same time it gets stitched into the integration of third-party engine and third-party data store. Bottom line, XDR merges controls, control management, and security operations capability as how Gartner defines it in its 2021 XDR market guide. And what I'm showing you here is how Gartner looks into the architecture, which composed of the front end, the back end, and of course the integration with other applications. What I'm going to show you here is how our organization, the solution provider, Trellix, covers these different aspects of this architecture. If you look at it, this is where Trellix covers, our sister company covers, some of the third-party applications, and eventually this front end and back end, which constitute the architecture of XDR, enables you to have the ability to have the best XDR portfolio coverage and with the best of breed products covering all the vector that needs to be covered as far as the complete attack lifecycle is concerned. Of course, with the vast XDR use cases that will be born out of the solutions that we provided, We literally provide you an open and extensible XDR platform that you can be able to look and come up with our main target of a living, learning XDR ecosystem with the main capability of detecting advanced attacks across vectors and then moving from attack detection to threat prevention and embed the next generation security into your operations. Now, a lot of people are asking, is XDR a product? What constitutes this XDR? And thanks to Gartner, who first released their XDR market guide, we can simply define XDR as a framework, a construct, wherein when you take this evolution, it is a journey. And when I talk about the journey, this is something that we need to seriously take a look into, that everyone's XDR journey is different. But the good thing is that you probably already have a lot of these capabilities in your own environment, your existing security investments, whether it is from us or from other vendors. Bottom line here is you can make your own journey. The goal is to go on the journey and grow your security operations maturity from a foundational level, moving up to a trusted level. Take note, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. The key thing is to have an XDR architecture that learns with artificial intelligence, machine learning, and native components, but also be an open ecosystem that will grow with your journey. So what does that translate? The ability for you to even make use and even improve whatever existing security investment you have. The direction in the journey is for you to arrive into a hybrid and flexible XDR core capabilities, mainly having these feature sets and capabilities enumerated. So whether you're taking your XDR journey from the workplace perspective, on the cloud perspective, into your data layers or data level perspective, or even in some organizations with operational technologies perspective, there's an easy way for you to evolve into it. And if we were to compare the different XDR deployment types, it is mainly divided into three. Open XDR, to where it will all be springboarded on an SIEM standpoint. But in that approach, you will need to piece in different components in order to complete what are the required parameters or elements in an XDR as enumerated here. The native XDR, in turn, is something that is more vector focused. There are XDR companies claiming, although they can only offer endpoint detection and response as a vector coverage. There will be other solution providers as well that are pitching their XDR story, but they can only provide the network vector, mainly offering network detection and response. But what is needed when you talk about XDR is hybrid and flexible XDR approach, wherein everything can readily be covered regardless of whether it comes from a single vendor or eventually having it stitched together, including your third-party applications and someone else's solution already invested in your organization. So this is something that you can take a look into as far as solutions provider. Now, to recap, XDR is not an SIEM or another EDR nor EDR, NDR. It is not even a product. What we're trying to emphasize here is you get out of it what you put into it. Meaning, you use what you have and source what you don't. Ability for you to fine-tune measurements, customize whatever playbooks that you need to undertake, leveraging on case studies, and of course, the response playbooks that can be more than just SOAR, or Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. XDR's aim is a simplification of these 5 salient points: data collection, intelligence matching, triage processes through automation, visualization for faster decisions, and task automations on threat response. Bottom line, XDR is not a product. XDR is a framework, an architecture or construct that will be used as a journey in moving into covering the entire attack lifecycle in your cybersecurity posture. Now, the next thing that I'm going to discuss with you is how this XDR construct be able to be leveraged in order for us to move into this, what do we call an adaptive defense model. This next evolution of defensive frameworks to boost resiliency. The adaptive defense model is mainly a new innovative defense framework that empowers your security operations by increasing security or situational awareness with richer context to improve security readiness and response. And how do we translate it? Adaptive defense model mainly constitutes these 3 pillars: before the attack, during the attack, or after the attack. Before the attack, which mainly covers preparedness. Why is this time important? Because we need to be prepared. Knowing you are at risk for a threat, knowing the threat capabilities, and knowing your defensive capabilities allows you to assess your level of risk and what you can do to prepare your environment to avert the threat. Key metric is the results to your attack simulation. How well did you do to counter the threat? If the score is not good, you have to walk through the process. And during the attack, mainly focusing in mitigating impact. The need to mitigate impact of the threat on your environment. The need for you to observe the attack, gain better understanding of attack in process, maybe some prompts to further investigate, and assemble playbook to avert the threat's progress based on best practices. Validate the response to the place. Your metrics, if the result is not good, you walk through with the cycle again to improve. After the attack, this is where the post-attack has a great time to learn on what could have done or gone better. You need to review the impact just the same, find the gaps, consider how the playbook could be improved and adjust. Your metric in this is the improvements you inserted into your playbooks. So if you look at the key feature and benefits, it's pretty straightforward, right? The adaptive defense model should provide you an intuitive guidance so that it will empower your SecOps. That's why solution that has guided investigation helps a lot. Second one is time aware. Comprehensive guidance across all attack phases, before, during, and after. This is where increase in productivity can be achieved. And why do we need to be metrics focused? Because the need for us to drive security efficacy. And as we look at the key uses and metrics across the entire attack lifecycle, before the attack, the mission is to be prepared to protect against the threat, right? Of course, a good metric here is no impact when conducting an attack simulation. During the attack, the mission is to mitigate the impact of the attack. Metric here is reducing the threat exposure to critical functions and devices. And after the attack, one wants to learn what could have gone better and improve security Our metric is noting your improvements and impact. The idea here is, of course, in the adaptive defense model, fortifying countermeasures is always a continued process. The clear guidance for successful prevention and remediation. This is a critical component of the model, wherein you come up with countermeasures, not only deriving them, but confirming them with the steps with specific guidance. The main thrust is with XDR as the construct. In coming up with this adaptive defense model, we are evolving you to an advanced SOC or with cyber defense capabilities, wherein we are graduating from the traditional SOC capabilities, which are reactive in nature, too much alert-centric, against moving into a new cyber defense capabilities with proactive or even predictive capability, which is question-centric and using threat intel to provide context. Because our intended outcome in this case would be the efficacy, the visibility, and information sharing. Efficacy in the sense that reduction of this business impact of cybersecurity incidents, gain better visibility into threats on every level, and share and measure critical threat intelligence to other organizations. Because you have the capability to achieve an actionable threat intel and not just a repository of all collected logs. Now, to conclude, our key takeaways is mainly complete visibility on the entire attack lifecycle. And with XDR moving into, or XDR framework used for adaptive defense model, prevention and response can be addressed, and you are presented with the actionable alerts. And looking into the adaptive defense model, the idea here is having focus on the preparedness aspect, the aspect in reduction of exposure as much as possible, and the improvement of security. Because at the end of the day, what we are trying to provide is moving you away from traditional enterprise wherein point solutions, protected network, email, and endpoints is siloed and contained architecture into a modern enterprise wherein the traditional perimeter has been dissolved and requiring a new unified and integrated security approach. So with this, a must in cyber is for us to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And whether we like it or not, transformation is needed in order for us to catch up in this ever-evolving landscape, which leads us to the cybersecurity maturity curve. The ability for us to have the thinking of beginning with the end in mind, looking into this maturity index journey and seeing where we're at in order for us to identify the gaps in our journey and see where are we in this journey and how we can move forward. And this is where we can readily assist you as a solutions provider in this area. Giving you the idea that in cybersecurity, the need of the box is a major requirement. And with this, thank you very much for this opportunity for me to walk you through on addressing cyber readiness with extended detection and response for adaptive defense. Thank you and have a good day.
And thank you very much as well to you. Maraming salamat po, Lieutenant Colonel Roland Javins Ong. Thank you very much, sir. And as mentioned by one of our attendees, amazing presentation from you. Maraming salamat po, Lieutenant Colonel Roland Javins Ong. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with our first panel discussion, let us take a short break first by having our first raffle draw. I know all of you are excited, so here we go. Let us now draw the winners for this first batch of raffle items. First up, we have the mechanical dust-proof keyboard. And the winner is, are you feeling lucky today? Let's see who will win the mechanical dust-proof keyboard. All right, there's the wheel. And the winner is Erwin Bunao, PSSLAI. Congratulations to you. You won a mechanical dust-proof keyboard. Next up, let's draw the winner for the 50-in-1 precision screwdriver set. Here we go. Spin the wheel, and the winner is Benjamin Sebastian, Taishan Insurance Brokers Philippines Incorporated. Congratulations, you just won 50-in-1 precision screwdriver set. Next up for grab is 4-in-1 computer gaming set. Let's see who will bring home 4-in-1 computer gaming set. The winner is Celina Aldefolia, SLMC. Congratulations to you. Next up, we have Geek Cable Manual Mechanical Data Cable. And you will bring this home. Let's see. The winner is Andrew Ignacio, Chioda Philippines Corporation. And last for this first batch of raffle items, Wale Building Bricks Robot. And the winner is, let's see. Will it be you? Are you feeling lucky today? Alan Roy Mordeno, Philippine Competition Commissioner, PCC. Congratulations to you. So there you go. Thank you so much for your active participation in our chat box. For those who missed winning in this portion, you still have 3 chances of winning today, so don't you worry. A delegate can only win once. So ready again, those mobile, Dells, and laptop keyboards as the second set of winners will come from those who will ask questions in this panel discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate our first panel discussion with a very interesting topic, the metaverse, a new era of governance, is the Chief Executive Officer and President of Security Consulting, CEO of Swivel International Corporation, Vice President for Education and Research, Vice President for Education, Cloud Security Alliance, Philippine chapter, and for more than a decade sharing his wisdom as a part-time professor of De La Salle University and a part-time faculty at the LSU College of St. Benilde. Ladies and gentlemen, may we call on Mr. Rickson Simpson Ke. Sir Rickson, good morning to you.
Okay, good morning to this side of the world, because I will also greet good afternoon, good evening to all the other attendees from the other parts of the globe. And let us welcome this section of our discussion in the new era of governance. So everyone is talking about metaverse. We've been talking about, in fact, we're the first organization and event that's been talking about the metaverse in depth, and no regulatory bodies have not even defined it properly yet. But we are already in a very rich discussion when we talk about the metaverse. And now for this morning's session, we'll be talking about the new era of governance over the metaverse. I would like to thank everyone in advance for attending this morning's session. And of course, I would like to share with you the superstars of our segment. I would like to start with, so they'll be introducing themselves shortly, but I'll start with Sir Archie Tolentino of Land Bank. So Sir Archie, just a quick introduction.
Actually, it's a very pleasant good afternoon. It's September 1, guys, September 1. This is the last leg. It's the last leg of the Metaverse Forum. But it's the beginning of the holidays. I would like to greet in advance everybody Merry Christmas, okay? And then enjoy the forum.
Yes, thank you for that welcome remark. And next would be Valerian Rossineau. Would you like to a few words to start off our discussion?
Sure, and kudos on pronouncing my name. So I lead the sales engineering team of CrossTrack in Asia, and it's an absolute pleasure to be with you all today and to talk about that complex thing that is the metaverse. So looking forward to that discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And of course, last but not the least, as part of our superstar roster, we have Lieutenant Colonel Roland Javins Ong.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Roland Ong. I'm currently the head of the systems engineering for Southeast Asia operations of Trellix. And welcome. I know this topic that we will be tackling is pretty much exciting, and at the same time, it somewhat sends shivers because this is actually something that we have to charter. This is technically somewhat an unknown at this point in time, but we, as your fellow cybersecurity practitioners, we'll try to address whatever needs to be looked at with respect to this new area that we're covering.
So that is correct, Lieutenant Colonel Roland. We will do it together. Okay, so ISOG and everybody else, our community of practitioners, we will be chartering that course together. So starting now. But before I proceed with the question, I usually start off such moderation with an icebreaker, a very, very quick icebreaker. So I would like to ask, what is your Metaverse handle or your Metaverse account, if any? Or if you haven't thought of any, you just think of any now. So, when you start creating your account over the Metaverse, then you have the account ready. So in my case, I usually use my handle Ricksonic. Okay, it's Rickson plus Sonic. So it's kind of techy, but not really techy, a bit cartoonish, amusing, but I hope it works over the Metaverse. So Archie, your handle, Metaverse handle?
Well, probably for my handle, I'll be Morpheus.
Wow. It looks like a very strong character.
You know why?
Why?
Who is the guy who's handling the in Matrix?
Oh,
who recruited Neo?
The red pill, the blue pill.
Yeah, wow, yeah, you got it.
Yes.
Therefore, yeah, I invited you to Zion, which is the true world, the reality, not the Matrix, right?
Wow. Thank you for that. Thank you. Valerian, your handle?
My digital footprint is not so big, but my personal email is like CyberVal, and I created it like 20 years ago. So I was thinking ahead, so I would go for that, CyberVal.
So that was a Metaverse version -1.0 because it's been a decade ago. So we'll invite everyone else over if you can type in the chat box your cyber handle, your Metaverse handle, please share with us. So and then lastly, Lieutenant Colonel Roland, your cyber handle.
Well, I'll probably go with my my usual handle way back in the military service. I'll go with Viper.
Oh, very simple but straightforward. So thank you for sharing with us your handles. Let's now proceed with the question number one. So question number one is, what is the role of the government in the metaverse ecosystem? So we're still defining it, but what's the role? What's your expected role of the government with the hats that you're wearing right now? So we'll start with the with Morpheus as the creator of everything.
Yeah.
Archie, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, the government's role is actually they're doing it right now. Right now, the framework is already there. But injecting metaverse in the current framework is another story. But going back to if we're talking about the internet, internet started during the 1990s, but there was no governance then. Governance in the internet started only in with 2000, wherein other types of organizations like the ICANN and sorts of like that were the one who started doing the governance within the internet. But with metaverse will only be part of that that ecosystem of in the internet, including metaverse right now. But it will be just like cloud computing, which is only part of the internet governance, right? But with the advocacy, especially of DICT, Sir Secretary Ivan Uy was saying a while ago, with the metaverse, the government will also be providing awareness for, especially for the schools and the government as well, for us to embrace the new kind of technology.
So thank you for that, Morpheus.
Yeah.
So we will ask also Cyberval, what country are you currently in?
I'm in Singapore. I live in Singapore.
So probably we can you can share with us some insight on the Singapore government's role. Singapore's government's role.
Wow, I think I echo Archie. This is a bit early stages. Defining metaverse hasn't been done yet, right? I mean, some people are saying it's Web 3.0, it's blockchain, is NFT, it's gaming. We have no idea what's the metaverse, of the future. So I think at this stage it's a little hard to build, governance and policies on top of that. But yeah, let's start with awareness. I think it's the best thing we can do at the moment. Awareness of the risks of the promise of the metaverse. But yeah, I cannot say really what Singapore has in mind at the moment. I just saw that there is a 3D replica of Singapore now, a virtual twin, digital twin, the biggest that has been created so far. So it's a practical use of energy and environmental collection of data. But definitely Singapore is gonna jump in that metaverse.
So thank you for that, Cyberval. And probably Singapore can start topping you as part of their metaverse construction, governance construction. So
totally.
with you being ahead, talking about it right now. And of course, lastly, we'll call in Viper.
Yeah, actually, just a rejoinder to what my good friend Archie and also my former colleague Val. No, I think as far as the cybersecurity policy and frameworks, yes, it's true that it's in place already, but I think the need for each government to continuously revisit it, because if you have to look at it, we, in the cybersecurity practice, we consider ourselves the good guys. Are somewhat, in a way, at some point, playing catch up if we are to look into specifics as far as government policy is concerned with regards to cyber. And I know that since metaverse will be the next, I would say, the next level in this cybersecurity realm that we talk, then I believe strengthening and making the government's policy pertaining to cyber, to which metaverse is actually a part of, this must be continuously, I would say, reviewed and updated in order to adapt with the ever-evolving threat landscape that we face. And especially remember that when more than 2.5 years ago, when we were all, shocked and we're all forced to live a digital way of life, even the first world countries were, I would say, caught with their, quote and unquote, pants down. And looking at that, you see that their direction immediately is revisiting the current policies, how it will be adaptable to the current situation that we're facing. So I think the key here is, you know, framework will be in place probably already, but the need for it to be seriously looked at, making it updated, and also putting in the necessary guardrails necessary, especially with respect to, I would say, consequences for the bad guys whenever they're caught. Because I think this is something that not all the countries have that very much concrete policies in place.
But I like that part that you mentioned, no, Viper. I like the part that you mentioned that there should be consequences for the dark side of cybersecurity, which I strongly agree. And implementation is a key as we move forward this new age or this new platform, as we have discussed now, which is the metaverse. Now, the second question is somewhat related to what you have already shared. What do you think, or would you consider as the pressing needs for governments? Now, this is not just a Philippine government, but we'll talk. Metaverse is all about a global platform. And what would governments of the world prepare? How would they prepare? And what are the most pressing needs that they need to prepare on in terms of data protection, cybersecurity, digital identity, and policies, no, country, international level policies. So which area? I mean, there's so much, like, we don't know where to start. And if a handful of them are listening now, so what, in your own experience or sharing, would you tell them what are the steps that they need in the area of preparation for this new platform? So this time around, we'll start with Cyberbal.
Yeah, so look, one of our big fear at CrossTrack with that metaverse is that the dark side is going to go even deeper, right? So with this concept of avatars, it might mean that a criminal might go even deeper undercover as opposed to today. So I think the government could play, a role in that to make sure there are regulations in place, to make sure there is some sort of KYC, make sure that, the entry bar, there is some sort of controls. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely easy for evil and cyber criminals to just do whatever they want in the metaverse. And we are seeing that already, right? There is a lot of crypto phishing. There is a lot of fake NFTs, MetaMask and Phantom. So definitely it has started. So if we don't want to have a massive wave of cybercrime in the metaverse, at some point we need some government to intervene to make sure that it's regulated. But it's going to take a while, right? Look at the crypto, right, word. The regulation in the crypto world has just started. It's just the premise of it. So it's going to be the same for the metaverse.
So the honeymoon period of crypto is over. I think that's the right way to put it. Now, so Viper, what's your insight on what government should be preparing?
Well, I think, adding to what Val had already mentioned, the key here is since at the end of the day, the challenge that each country will, is facing is there are cases wherein government may not be that, fast in crafting specific rules of engagement when it comes to cyber, right? And at the end of the day, even enterprises will end up, doing their own, I would say, implementation, so to speak. And one thing that is very much important in this endeavor is, of course, for the government to seriously look into cyber, for one, as a national security concern. Because for one, if we put more emphasis on this, since everything now is being worked on in the digital world, right? So then the most pressing need for them to look into is, like what I mentioned earlier, is of course strengthening the cybersecurity, strategy and the policy. And if you were to look at it, it should be more. It should be put more emphasis as far as our national security plan is concerned, as far as our national security strategy is concerned, which in turn now will also look into the other aspects like the digital identity, specifically on data protection, and also, and since these are the components that will be needed anyway when we move to this next realm of cyber, which is metaverse. So I think the need for us to really, well, I don't know if, DICT's plate is quite full, and I believe in the case of the Philippines, and the need for us in the private sector to be part of it, is also, I believe, a good way in helping the government, address these pressing issues that we have.
So Lieutenant Colonel Viper, I like the portion that you have mentioned will be aligning with what we have already. Now you have the cybersecurity plan, you have the digital plans of the government, and governments of the world have such components already. The policies that they have already, and we don't have to recreate everything because there's a new technology. There are principles that applies to whatever technologies that's available. And we have to just make sure that we align them together. So that's the area that I'm really stressing out with what you have shared with us. So finally, Morpheus, take it away.
For the in my case, in the government's case, since I'm a public servant as well, I mean the pressing need right now for the government is how will the enterprise, like the Microsoft, Felix, CrowdStrike, will help the government. That's the pressing need right now for us, because we need your technology, we need your investment, of course, for us to support this kind of endeavors right now, especially for, as the RJ was saying a while ago, that the framework was already there. And how will we proceed with this kind of endeavor going to the metaverse? Again, how will you help the government? That's my question.
Morpheus, I like to also quote the American president who said that it is not what your government can do for you, it's what you can do for your government and country. So I believe that is the proper rephrasing of the question. So what we can do. And I believe our governments, the governments of the world, they don't come up with policies overnight. These go through rigorous process and thousands of brains working together to come out with a single policy. And we are talking about a new thing already, which is not much data is available. So how can governments of the world immediately prepare policies? So we have to be aware that they go through a proper process to make sure that these policies, that's why, as Lieutenant Colonel Viper has mentioned, these policies can contribute to future generations of technologies. That's why we have to think of it that way. So it's not easy for governments to just tell them, okay, just prepare this tomorrow, next week, we'll be loading the Metaverse version 1.0 to the community. So I guess everyone would agree with that. And moving into our next question, we have one quick call question specific to CyberVal of CrowdStrike. What kind of threats can we expect targeting the metaverse? Because it's a new technology, everything's free. What would we expect at this early on? What has CrowdStrike saw or seen that would be possible vectors of attacks that would interest the black hats?
So the attack surface has expanded drastically with the metaverse, and what we're seeing is, interoperability is a core concept of the metaverse. There will be multiple systems sort of connecting to each other through API and microservices. So we expect to see a wave of API abuse, microservices abuse. So the attacker are going to try to subvert these and make the API lie and manipulate them for criminal reasons or state-sponsored reason, whatever it is. So that's one of the threat. Number two is, we talked about it earlier, crypto phishing, fake NFTs, I mean, this is the low-hanging fruits, basically. It's having fake digital assets and selling them and making money out of it. We have fake MetaMask wallets. I mean, this is happening already. We have a lot of these things that are happening in the wild. And the third one I would think is, I like that quote that I've seen. Data is the currency of the metaverse. And as we get into augmented reality, virtual reality, with this headset, they are collecting a tremendous amount of biometrics, right? Health data. So imagine the potential misuse of this data is there is a breach, for example, these companies and attackers have access to your biometric data. So these are three example of threats that we expect to see growing in the near future or right now.
That already sounds scary. Not just scary, not just scary, meta scary.
Yes.
So yeah, it's and we're just starting. This journey is just starting. We have already itemized a number of vectors. Imagine these hackers are more innovative than us, that they try to explore even newer ones. No? And we are on when we go to the enterprise, there's always a stage when we deploy systems. There's development, and we have test environments and all that before we arrive at production. So imagine during the test environment alone of the metaverse, the hackers are like flies flying already on that plate of metaverse. So that's how I imagine what you have shared with us, CyberVal. It's scary, but we have no one else to turn to but our ecosystem, our partners. You have CrowdStrike, you have Trellix, you have all of these that we will work together. So the next question now is working together. Okay, so how can we implement local, national, or international collaboration in the metaverse? So who would be like if we would implement communities, how do we now derive these communities? Like, should they be formal? Should we come up with an international, like an ICANN or an international agency to handle the metaverse? What's your insight on that? So we'll start with Morpheus.
Actually, Rickson, it's already started with Meta, with Facebook, with social media per se. With Facebook, they already begun preaching that Meta, but right now it's the turn of the other providers to inject their ideas or collaborate within that ecosystem and then they should speak in one language to be able to communicate with each system. But who will spearhead that? That we don't know. As you were saying a while ago, it's either the ICANN or there's this one body who will act as the one who handles the regulations within. But that's another story, probably 10 years from now, wherein they will still have to develop the regulations for that. Just like as I was saying a while ago, where the internet started at 1990s, but the regulations were only in the 2005, right?
Yes, no. So yes, we are lagging in terms of governance, but it's still a timely response because, as I've said, the process of creating such infrastructure, legal governance infrastructure, is not an overnight thing.
Yes.
Right. So let's now move to CyberVal. Your insight on an international organization.
So I hope end users will team up to some extent in users community to also define the metaverse. Right, as you mentioned, that quote from the president. I would like to see citizens defining what it will be for sure. But from a vendor perspective, I would love to see a coalition of vendors, right? Sort of vendors banding together and defining what are the threats going to look like in the metaverse, how we can sort of elaborate a schema that is linking together different technologies, whether it's an endpoint on a network, whatever it is, to form a shield, basically, right? together as vendors. So that's a bit of a personal wish, that to see that alliances of vendors to protect the metaverse. And this has to be international, obviously, right? Many different vendors in different areas.
So we're hoping to see the metaverse version of the Interpol. Okay, later on.
Yes, but wait, Rick. There's
Yes.
probably another version of the dark web in the metaverse.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that would happen.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because when we talk about how dark can the metaverse be.
Yeah, the
right?
dark metaverse. Yes, that will happen
Yes.
definitely.
And then what's interesting is how that ecosystem will function, how that underlying underground world would evolve itself, and we are also observing them. We are learning. So I think that's the point, that we have such sessions and community events like this to really make people aware of the evolution of not just the internet, but our digital society, right? So Lieutenant Colonel Viper.
Yeah, I think adding to what Archie and Val had mentioned, I believe on my part, I can say that we can leverage the existing I would say, organization that are currently put in place specifically on cyber. And I believe I can give a snappy salute to ISOG for initiating this metaverse as their team for this year's ISOG event. Because if you look at it, whether it's on the local, national, international front, there are organizations that are already, or I would say cooperation that is already being made. Now, if you look at on the national level, I mean, the Philippines is part of the ASEAN Cybersecurity Council, wherein the very first, I would say, the founding chair back then was the director back then of the Department of National Defense, which is jointly co-chaired by, if I'm not mistaken, that's New Zealand. And this is a cooperation wherein each country, I'm talking on the international side, right? But this in this case, regional in nature, to ban these ASEAN countries into having this so-called cooperation with respect to cybersecurity. And the idea there is, of course, giving some sort of experiences, lessons learned that one organization or one country might have experience already, so that the others may learn from it, and it hopefully becomes a norm. It's a community-based type of collaboration. And in the defense, even I'm actually part of the multinational cooperation and interoperability program for the US Indo-PACOM, wherein it covers the entire Asia-Pacific countries with, of course, with the United States spearheading it under Pacific Endeavor. This has been an annual collaboration, but in this particular aspect, it's just like ISOG, wherein your different information security officers of financial institutions are banded together. In this case, it's a collaboration of the different armed forces, specifically with their CIS and cyber, and there's a specific activity wherein even an actual simulation on a disaster response as far as cyber is concerned. When a Ukraine type of attack was made in cyber way back then, right? It's done. What will happen? How will the other country cooperate and collaborate? And I believe that can be a starting point in the case, in our case here for financial institutions in the Philippines with ISOG and another organization as well, which is the Joint Cybersecurity Working Group that the United States Legal Attaché of the US Embassy had formulated, wherein we are all also involved. It can be a starting, I would say, point for us to even move it up and discuss how we can address this next level of or next realm in cybersecurity, which is the metaverse. And anyway, it will be all of us who will be involved in there just the same, because we're all focusing cyber.
Thank you for that, Lieutenant Colonel Viper. So the key takeaway, I think, it's we have to start breaking barriers. We should continue to create communities rather than talking about we are a different country, our practices are different. No, the hackers, they're not of any specific nationality now. They treat themselves as global entities, and I believe the joint cooperation, it would start there. How countries would help each other create international communities and societies, not only to protect themselves, but to evolve what we want the metaverse to be, a safe environment to be in, right? So now that we've discussed so much already about the metaverse governance, I like to now throw the question of how metaverse, in the setting of creating country infrastructure. Like, for example, metaverse would come into a country, and it would definitely create its own ecosystem on a country level, like how e-commerce is doing. Because the metaverse, as it was defined earlier in some of our sessions. So by the way, our audience, they can review using our, they can access the Facebook page to access our previous sessions and events. And if e-commerce would come into a country, then there would be physical facilities or ecosystem also built, like logistics and all that. So we expect metaverse to be like that, like the devices they'll be using. So by the way, for those who were able to get your VR glasses, right? So these are just examples of devices and infrastructure that can be built. So government now would treat this as a critical infrastructure. So if that's going to be the case in the future, that everything would be loaded on the metaverse, how do you think should we treat the future infrastructures, critical infrastructures? How would government react? Do you agree first that metaverse in the future would be considered as a critical infrastructure, and how can we protect it? Let's start with Cyberval. I'm sorry to put you in the spotlight.
All right, it's all right. I don't know if it's going to be considered critical infrastructure, because at the end of the day, it's we're going to reach a point where people do whatever they want in a way, right? They just can buy a VR headset and then go in the metaverse, and it's going to be tough to make it a critical infrastructure. But the part of the infrastructure that we can do something, at least Crosstrack, is the metaverse. Breaking news is running on containers, is running on microservices. That's what it is, right? It's a digital world, but it's running on an infrastructure, and endpoint protection from our the Crosstrack angle. We can do something. We can protect these containers, these microservices. Today we have 1 billion containers that we protect. So tomorrow, as the metaverse grows, we will have multi-billions containers that we want to protect. So that's it's something that we can do right now. And from a protection angle, again, I think we got to bring security closer to the developers as well. The shift left concept, whereby we have gaming companies that are going to implement add-ons, modules they're going to plug into the metaverse. So we don't want them to introduce vulnerabilities, to introduce avenues for the hackers to get in the metaverse or to exploit some of these weaknesses. So security by design is another thing that everybody needs to think of when building anything for the metaverse. I think, yeah, these two elements are things we can do right now.
So even if it's going to be a critical infrastructure or not, you still apply security by design.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. So Lieutenant Colonel Viper.
Yeah, for me, I think I look at metaverse as an integral component of the entire cybersecurity infrastructure. So, of course, I totally agree with Val on the aspect that whether it's a critical infrastructure or not, security by design must be always followed. So, for me, I would say that the key thing here, since metaverse is still in a way not yet in the mainstream, so to speak. But we have to understand that this metaverse will definitely run and will be integrated in the existing infrastructure that we are using now. And the key here is also to heavily protect the infrastructure, the different vectors that can be the possible entry point of attack of of the bad guys, and eventually come up with a framework that is readily adaptable to cover the metaverse realm, should we, I would say, institutionalize it moving forward. And that's the main reason why specifically I talked about the XDR as a framework, as a construct, because at the end of the day, the different microservices, the different applications that are integrated and are tightly hooked up into this common infrastructure will need to be protected at all costs. So the need for us to really zero in on the existing infrastructure that we have, the different vector of access that we use, because take note, I mean, if you look at how things are going on now, we see a lot of these attacks, right? But you see that one of the highly, I would say, exploited vector of attack is still the email. And at the end of the day, once it gets through there, then your profile will end up to be, compromised. Then that also includes the access into that next layer of metaverse if you're having a common profile just the same. And since it's interconnected, then the possibility of it to be laterally spread, I would say, to that layer will be very, very imminent. That's why protection of our existing cybersecurity infrastructure must be seriously looked at this point in time.
So thank you for that, Viper. No? So I can't imagine email is becoming a legacy system already. At our age, we've gone through a lot from BBS modems and all these. No? But it's so fast. Everything is so fast. No? So, but I agree. No, we cannot leave behind even the legacy systems, the old email as a vector of attack going towards the metaverse and the future technology. So thank you for sharing that with us, Viper. Morpheus, your turn.
As for you were saying about the critical infrastructure, right, Rick?
Yes.
When you mentally replace the metaverse phrase with cyberspace, and 90% of the time it's the same. It's the same. Therefore, under the internet governance, like critical infrastructure is with the cyberspace as well. Therefore, metaverse is within also the cyberspace. That's why there's no change. That's why I agree with Val and Lieutenant Colonel Viper here. And that's why I don't see any issues with the critical infrastructure. Well, we're putting in metaverse within, since it's already with the cyberspace. Because metaverse is riding within the cyberspace. If you notice, it's only a platform within the cyberspace, right?
So it's a platform over a platform, right?
Yes.
Platform over a platform. It's very, very interesting insight. No? So when we now treat it as a platform over a platform, you don't just protect one platform. You have to protect all these platforms. Right? So I don't want to go into the multiverse, Marvel multiverse.
That's different. That's different verses.
Where you have to protect all the dimensions, right?
Like Inception, the movie. I mean, we're going deep now.
It's going to be a different moderation and discussion moving forward. But I like to end the note from everyone. But rather than ending with really, lengthy takeaways, we'll end it with a wish. Okay, so every one of us will do one wish of what we want the metaverse and cyberspace and safety moving forward. So if you have any wish, what is your wish for the metaverse? So we'll start with Morpheus as the creator of everything.
As for that, what's the wish of the Zion people, right? That's they are wishing for peace or safety and security. That's it, right?
Yes.
In the matrix. That's why they
Thank
want to
you.
avoid the
Thank you.
matrix. Yes.
Yeah, that's very timely, very aligned. Let's go for Cyberval. Cyberval, one wish.
It's similar. Let's hope we can create a safe environment where people can evade, and be very creative. That's going to be our challenge as security vendors to make it safe for everybody, to go far and go wherever they want to go.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it sounds like Star Trek. It sounded like Star Trek, Cyberval. So and finally, Lieutenant Colonel Viper, your wish.
So actually, I share the same view with both Morpheus and Cyberval. What I wish is, of course, for a cyber safe environment for everyone, especially for our kids, right?
Yes.
And so that at least me and Val will not have too much sleepless nights moving forward. Right? And of course, for every one of us, defenders, right? Having a good night's sleep.
Totally.
Sleepless nights.
Viper, the doctors say that condition is insomnia, but we in cyberspace we call it insecurity. So it's not insomnia, it's insecurity. Yes. So so also I have my last wish also for this segment. I wish that the next generation will carry out all the experiences that we have gone through. Do not throw away what we have experienced, our failures, our success. And I hope in this journey towards the metaverse and how our future generation, even our young ones. So to inform everyone, ISOG is very instrumental in the creation of the country's Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity, which is already running with the first batch of students with the College St. Piniel. But we will not stop there. So I believe ISOG and all the other associations, not only in the Philippines but global, we will continue to support education for the next generation of our cybersecurity professionals. So we need not only an army, we need a society, a community already for this future metaverse that we are crafting now. So I hope our wishes would all come true. If we only have a cake and a candle, we'll just blow it. But no, kidding aside, so thank you again, everyone, for attending this session of a new era of governance. So back to you, Diane.
Thank you very much to our great moderators, Sir Rickson, and to our powerhouse panelists, by the way. Very nice and interesting metaverse handles. Ricksonic, Morpheus, Cyberval, and Lieutenant Colonel Viper. Thank you very much for that very engaging discussion. And I know all of us really learned a lot from your insights about the metaverse, a new era of governance. Thank you again, dear gentlemen. All right, now, friends, it's time for our second batch of raffle. We are to raffle off these amazing raffle items. We have waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds. We have 15-in-1 precision screwdriver set, 4-in-1 computer gaming set, and we'll start off with our first raffle item. We have waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds. And let's see the wheel. I hope your name will be chosen. The winner is waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds. Here we go. Congratulations to you, Rufino Placido Jr., Philippine Allied Enterprises Corporation. Again, you just won a waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds. All right, now it's time to raffle off this next item. We have 15-in-1 precision screwdriver set, and the winner is, let's see. And you are Brian Mabini, Tulay sa Pagunlad Incorporated. Congratulations, Brian. You just won 50-in-1 precision screwdriver set. All right. We have 4-in-1 computer gaming set. Are you hoping this will be yours? All right, let's spin the wheel this time. 4-in-1 computer gaming set. This is for you. Congratulations, Michelle De Jesus of Fiber Home. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we also have some premium raffle items, this time from our sponsor, Trellix with VST ECS. But before we proceed to that, let us get to know more about Trellix. Let us first watch this video about Trellix. Let's see.
Every day is a new beginning, a fresh start to make your mark. But to forge ahead in the future, you need a platform with a pulse. One that's always learning, always adapting, and always on. Trellix. Living security starts here.
All right. It's time to raffle off these premium items. Again, courtesy of our sponsor, Trellix with VST ECS. Let's raffle this very nice steel colored JBL portable Bluetooth speaker. And the winner is, let's see. Congratulations to you. We have Benson Lucas of Landback. You just won that prize, JBL portable Bluetooth speaker. Next up, we have Sony wireless headphone, again, courtesy of Trellix with VST ECS. And the winner is, let's see, spin the wheel, please. Sony wireless headphone is for you. You are lucky today, Agustin Estrada, InfoSight Solutions Corporation. Congratulations. And last, we have Logitech G304 Lightspeed Gaming Mouse. And the winner is, let's see. All right, are you hoping your name will be flashed? Emilio Cataluna of 3Block 88. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you, Trellix with VST ECS, for taking part in our raffle, and also to all our participants. You may learn more about Trellix through www.trellix.com. And to all of you, thank you so much for actively participating in our panel discussion. And before we start with our next set of presenters and panel discussion, let's have a quick break. See you all after some minutes.
Are we safe in the digital world? For the most part, yes, we are. And we owe that to the digital heroes who ensures that our systems and networks are protected from cyber threats and intrusions. This year, join the Information Security Officers Group as we unveil the first batch of ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Awardees. For the first time, we will be recognizing the competence and commitment of outstanding Filipino cybersecurity experts with valuable contributions to the country's local and global security landscape. Who do you think deserves to be part of this first batch of Cybersecurity Excellence awardees? Join us on October 27, 2022 at the Shangri
Behind every resilient system and network infrastructures are dedicated and efficient information security professionals. It's about time to turn the spotlight to our cybersecurity heroes who have gone beyond what is expected to protect our institutions from cyber intrusions. For the first time, the Information Security Officers Group will be recognizing the outstanding Filipino cybersecurity experts and institutions who shared valuable contributions to the country's local and global security landscape. This year, we are excited to launch the first ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Awards. We encourage everyone to participate in this milestone. For details on how to send your nominations, you may check our isog.org.ph. Join us on October 27, 2022 as we hold the ISOG Cybersecurity Excellence Award at Shangri-La at the Fort. Together, let us give the recognition to the cybersecurity professionals who promotes a culture of excellence in our industry.
Making informed decisions is the key to facing any challenge. Count on us to give you balanced, fearless news and information. Anytime, anywhere, always.
connected world, where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness the evolution of technology. By strategically focusing on these 7 foundational areas, we're revolutionizing the way our partners do business. Our cloud practice empowers partners to transform their businesses through private, hybrid, and public cloud infrastructures. Our global deployment practice helps partners expand their global reach seamlessly through a single point of contact. Our services practice enables partners to grow their businesses through greater strategic insight and richer margin opportunities. Our security practice arms partners so they can safeguard their customers' information and reputations while unlocking opportunities for their business growth. Our unified communications and collaboration practice connects resellers to the products, knowledge, and expertise needed to create seamless interactions anytime, anywhere. Our networking practice enables resellers to accelerate global connectivity through the fully integrated networks and support infrastructures their customers demand. Our data center practice unleashes our partners' abilities to advance information management for their customers. No matter where our partners are in the technology landscape, Westcon Comstore is there to expand their horizons. Westcon Comstore, delivering results together.
Every day, we continue to see how technology influences our lives. From the moment we wake up to the time we sleep, technology is intertwined in our daily activities. They have allowed us to live smarter, better, and safer. During COVID-19 crisis, its role has been further amplified, allowing continuity of operations, facilitating collaboration, enhancing communications, and strengthening connections. At VST ECS, commitment to innovation inspires us to look beyond our limits. With every single step, we aim to enable every partner and deliver technology to help organizations transform their business. As a member of the VST ECS group, we have what it takes to bring technology where they matter most. For decades, we have played a role in technology availability through our partnership and collaboration with retail partners, mobility channels, online platforms, system integrators, ISVs, and born-in-the-cloud businesses. We offer opportunities to help organizations thrive in this changed world. With our impressive portfolio, imagine what you can achieve when you have access to the world's best-in-class ICT products. We represent more than 90 ICT brands, a wide spectrum of choices to help you stay ahead of the game. Imagine your growth when you have the capacity to address and serve diverse customer needs. We offer an extensive array of products, solutions, and services including notebooks and desktops, consumer and commercial, gaming devices and accessories, mobility, smartphones, tablets, gadgets and accessories, e-mobility, e-vehicle, lifestyle IoT, workstations, printers and copiers, supplies, unified endpoint management and virtual desktops, commercial digital display, document imaging solutions, POS solutions, AIDC, servers, hyper-converged infrastructure, storage solutions, power management solutions, networking, wired and wireless, network security, software, CAD and graphics, software, enterprise solutions, artificial intelligence, and robot process automation, data management solutions, 3D printing, software-defined network, big data solutions, IP surveillance and security, collaboration solutions, cloud solutions, containers, and microservices, DevOps, data center solutions and services, everything as a service, managed services, service and support pack, subscriptions. Imagine your strength when you cultivate relationships with industry leaders, game changers, tech experts, and trendsetters. There may be shifts in customer needs and market conditions. At VST ECS, we will remain focused to be the best and most admired technology partner in the Philippines. VST ECS Philippines Incorporated. Great products, great people, great solutions. Partner with us.
Welcome to Benilde School of Management and Information Technology, or SMIT. SMIT students are honed to be not only professionally competent, but also responsible professionals, business leaders, and entrepreneurs who value diversity and continuous learning through innovation. Benilde's beginnings are also rooted in the start of SMIT. In the 1980s, DLSU President, Brother Andrew Gonzalez, FSC, opened the Career Development Program, or CDP, which offered business programs for working students. CDP then grew to become SMIT, which from then on offered business programs that are reflective of today's industry in a technology-driven environment. In SMIT, classes are facilitated in an environment where learning happens in collaboration among faculty members, students, and associates. Our pioneering programs are cutting-edge and unique. SMIT was the first school in the country to offer programs in computer applications, export management, human resource management, interactive entertainment and multimedia computing, business intelligence, and analytics. Students can also enroll in real estate management, information systems, and cybersecurity. SMIT also continues to offer business management and marketing management under the Career Development Program. Our faculty members are industry practitioners who have worked as middle to senior managers and CEOs in various corporations. We also have faculty members who are industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and are distinguished members of the academe. SMIT programs are PASCU accredited, and the school is recognized as a center of excellence in business administration. SMIT continues to offer and will further develop programs that will provide our students with the needed competencies for them to be leaders in the fourth industrial revolution. We strive to be the school of choice for emerging business and technology leaders.
Good day again to all. Let us now continue with the second set of our Metaverse presentation. I hope you were able to stretch a bit and all now again set for the next set of presenters. Moving on, our next speaker will discuss how to secure data in business. With ransomware attacks growing in frequency and sophistication, more and more organizations are forced to weigh the difficult decision of whether they give in and pay the ransom or try to recover without issuing payment, risking extended downtime and fragmented data recovery. With rubric, The choice to recover doesn't have to be a risky one. And we are going to learn new ransomware attack strategies and how to combat them, and why data protection is the most critical element of organization security strategy. The head of sales engineering for Rubrik Asia region, who helps data forward organization to transform their data management platforms for cybersecurity resiliency, has more than 20 years of data protection management and data storage experience in the IT industry, and has been involved in many large enterprise-scale data protection and cyber resiliency projects across different industries. Let me call in now in our virtual stage from Rubrik through exclusive networks, Mr. Kiat Hyong So. Mr. So, take it away.
Hi, a very good morning. I'm So. I head the system engineering team for Rubrik ASEAN and India region. I'm very glad to be here today in this ISOG Metaverse Forum to present to you Rubrik data security. All right. So without further ado, let's kickstart the presentation. Well, that's the reason why we are here, and this is the key questions that has been driving our business over the past few years. Is my data safe? And we have seen the across the landscape the shift from a cybersecurity to a cyber resilience one, and that is some things that that a lot of customers are really looking into today to take an assume breach approach, right? So no matter how much of a infrastructure security that customers have put in place across the parameters, network, endpoint, application security, the adversaries will still be able to execute across the kill chain and get into your crown jewel, right, and get access to your crown jewel, which is the applications and data. And in building the cyber resilience service, right, for your organization, what's the most important thing, the most important component is definitely the backup, right? So, but then in reality, if we look at across the landscape, across different verticals and the enterprise environments, maybe the enterprise and the small, medium, large environment, the legacy backups is not able to give you the assured recoverabilities, right? So the key questions that we often ask the customers is that how different is your backup as compared to the front end production system, which is sitting on the existing file system that that's been there for the last 30, 40 years, right? So how do you eliminate the surface area for attack? How do you prevent a supply chain vulnerabilities, right? So those are the key questions that and design considerations that we have to take into considerations. So eventually, adversary will still be able to compromise and consume your backup images and getting access to your backup data and exfiltrate your data. So in Rubrik, we believe in building a zero trust data security at the last mile of defense. And of course, backup is the key components that we make use of to be able to protect your data. And I'll go a little bit deeper into how we really leveraged on the data security approach to build an observability suite for our customers. So this is how the reality really looks like. No matter how much of investments that you put into your infrastructure security, there's still holes somewhere, right? It's really the kind of situations that many large environments is scrambling to handle today, right? So how much money should I be budgeted for ransom? Yeah, eventually, that's the kind of questions that many IT organizations is asking themselves. So why are organizations stuck with paying ransom, right? So you might be, I mean, it's no surprise that ransomware locks down data at a wee hour and very often over the weekend or during the public holiday. And of course, paying ransom is never the options that we're always looking at the attempt to recover, right? Which is option 2 in this case. And very often during the ransomware remediation process, we put together IT ops and SecOps together. And these two functions, these two roles has, comes from different background, different culture, different skill set and tool set. They have to come together to assess the magnitude of impact and to be able to remediate from the ransomware attack situation, right? And one very key questions that the IT ops will firstly ask, do we have assured recoverabilities? Is my backup being compromised? Right, catalog might be sitting on a third-party database, right? Backup images might be sitting on a file system that has been there for the last 30, 40 years. Is your backup safeguarded, right? Can anomalies be found? Do we know what are the sensitive data that's been exfiltrated, right? And that is that malware present at which point in time, so that you can be sure that the data, the point in times that you are recovering is free from malware, right? So that you don't encounter an attack loop scenario, reinfecting your production environment again after your recovery. And of course, last but not least, can we quickly recover? Can we orchestrate the recovery process? So all this process come into play, and don't be surprised that a lot of large enterprise do not really have an idea how tedious it is. And it's really different from your traditional disaster recovery or recovery from an outage scenario, right? Let's take a look at the defense in depth with the zero trust data security, right? I mentioned about infrastructure security, but taking that, having the investment in the infrastructure security is just not enough, right? Having prevention, detection, and the abilities to be able to investigate, those are key. But in a zero trust data security design, in a zero trust design within the cyber resilience services, it's important for us to take data security into consideration for your last line of defense. In Rubrik, these are the 3 key pillars that we believe in our solution designs to be able to provide a complete data security as part of the zero trust design, which is data resilience, data observability, and data recovery. And of course, different vendor has different definitions of the zero trust. We adhere to the NIST standard, right, which is, we believe, is most comprehensive, the most platform agnostic, and the most open standard of all zero trust. And these are the 3 key pillars that sets our visions and design for our product portfolio, right? At the genesis of design, data immutability is, or the file system immutability is built into our design, right? So we do not expose a file system over a standard storage protocol. Imagine you have a smarter way to defend your data, right? Where we don't expose the backup images over at the standard storage protocol, and the catalog doesn't sit on the third party, and the file system is always immutable. We don't expose any of them, right? So that you can safeguard your data. It cannot be deleted. It can't be compromised or encrypted, right? Traditionally, we are looking at just backup and recovery, right? So what Rubrik has really done is to build in a data observability solution here, right? Imagine if you could continuously monitor and remediate risks to your data. And now you can discover sensitive data, identify ransomware attack and find malware in your systems, right? So just imagine if you have 2 petabytes of capacity in your environments, right? So you're not going to recover the entire 2 petabytes at one go, right? So what you need to do is really to understand to assess the magnitude of impact, to understand what are the high value data that's being impacted, so as to be able to tier your recovery strategy. And of course, to be able to orchestrate the entire recovery process. So imagine you can quarantine the infected content and recover the data in one single click, right? So now you can isolate malware, automate mass recovery operation at scale or in granular. Right? So these are the 3 key pillars that set how we think about our product design into the future. So the next frontier in cybersecurity is really data security, right? So this is being implemented for all on-prem solutions today, the enterprise data protections, cloud data protections, and Microsoft M365, right? So the data observability will be able to give our data protection the observability into ransomware monitoring and investigation, sensitive data monitoring and management, and threat hunting monitoring, right? So, and then of course, the last but not least, the recovery process to be a threat contain, mass recovery, and perform orchestrated application recovery, setting dependency between apps, threats, and databases. Now, with these solutions in place, the remediation process will play out very differently, right? You only think about how you can recover and bounce back from a ransomware attack scenario, putting IT ops and SecOps together. There's cross-team collaborations. We are able to enrich the SIEM and SOAR tool through our SIEM and SOAR tool integration through our first API first approach. The 2 teams can then sit together, assess the magnitude impact, and to be able to investigate in anomalies, discover the sensitive data, contain malware, and preventions of the reinfection as you recover back to the production environment. And of course, orchestrate the entire recovery process with much faster, with our secure architectures. So this is really important. How strong is your last line of defense? When was the last time we have performed a ransomware remediation process or even a ransomware tabletop workshop, right? And to be able to understand the whole remediation process. Double click into a rubric data resilience that, as I mentioned, at the core of the data resilience is actually our immutable architecture, how differently we are doing it as compared to all other players in the market. If you look at all solutions out there in the market, there's always backup and storage. And backup ingest the data, in-text catalog the data, and storage present a file system over a standard storage protocol for receiving the data, inline, dedupe, compress, and replicates data. We don't do that, right? So we do not present storage over a standard storage protocol. We don't expose our file systems. Data is being ingested and accessed through a POSIX API into our internal data vault, right? So this is the core of our immutable architecture. And with that, we're also looking at how we can prevent compromise at the administrative layer. That's intelligent data locking, right? So it's something like a recycle bin that holds data for 7 days over beyond the last admin action. It has a heuristic function to be able to intelligently look at the administrative access to change the retention policy. There's also retention locking mechanisms so that you can't disrupt the backup. There's 2-person rule approval that need to change the retention policy. There's access control at every single layer, right? There's role-based access control, mandatory and natively enforced multi-factor authentications and a time-based one-time password. And all this at the left-hand side are the security measures that put in place to prevent compromise at the administrative layer. And of course, on the right-hand side, logical air gap, encryption, end-to-end, and immutable by design These are the three key layers that sets the immutable architectures. And of course, with that, what we are doing very differently as compared to all other players in the market is data observability that allows you to continuously monitor your data for ransomware, remediation sensitive data exposure, and find indicator of compromise. So imagine without the data observability, you can't really be certain, you can't assess the magnitude impact. You can't be certain that which are the granular sensitive data or high value data that's being impacted. We make use of the sensitive data discovery process, which we set a list of compliance policy so that it helps you to identify what are the PCI, DSS, HIPAA, GDPR data that's being impacted. And as part of this process, you can further investigate by performing a threat hunting process. And the threat hunting engine is integrated into our backup solution so that it looks at the backup image and it threat hunt at the secondary storage without impacting on the front end at all. Right? So that really helps you to streamline the whole remediation process instead of you trying to guess which are the clean point in time. And after recovery, what happens? It could be within 48 hours, reinfecting your production environment again. So data recovery process or data remediation allows you to surgically and rapidly recover your application, files, or users while avoiding a malware reinfection, right? So that ensures a quick, safe data recovery process by quarantining data infected with malware, restoring your business operation quickly, and of course, we can actually set a blueprint with a pre-built workflows to automate the whole recovery, orchestrate the whole recovery process. Most importantly, we are confident of the solution. That's the reason why we are giving this 5 million ransomware recovery warranty to our enterprise customers. Conditions applies, of course. Thank you for watching today's presentations. I'm glad to be here. Feel free to speak to our country lead and pre-sales in your region. Happy to be part of this event and happy to be connecting with you again for a deeper dive session. Thank you.
And thank you as well to you. Great presentation, so thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me now introduce you to our next speaker who has over 30 years of experience in information security. At Gigamon, he is the Global Field CTO and Director of the Security Architecture Team worldwide. His team assists Gigamon customers meet their InfoSec requirements and deals with enterprises, service providers, and governments around the globe. Prior to joining Gigamon, he worked at RSA focusing on cryptographic and data loss prevention technologies for Cisco, where he delivered paid network security consulting work to customers all over the Asia-Pacific region, and for Sun Microsystems, where he was a part of Sun's internal network security team. He also worked for Silicon Graphics and Cray Research on supercomputers and high-end graphics and finished a degree from Macquarie University, where he both started his work career and studied and did research on the team, which developed, amongst other things, the fundamental design of Wi-Fi, R&D funded by CSIRO. And this is an amazing info. He has triplets who are now 19 years old. Wow. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss with us trust and distrust in the metaverse, a triplet father, and of course, Gigamon's Global Field CTO and Director of the Security Architecture, Mr. Ian Farquhar.
Morning, Sharon.
Hey, Joe. Great tie.
Thanks.
Look at them, blissfully unaware. They have no idea that there are threats their security and observability tools simply can't see.
Leaving their hybrid cloud environment vulnerable, which means they could get caught
with their pants down. Only Gigamon can supercharge your security and observability tools with network-level intelligence, allowing them to detect unseen threats and mitigate risk.
Okay, any questions?
Without deep observability from Gigamon, your existing tools can leave you with true vulnerability and a false sense of confidence.
Bill, sorry to interrupt your board meeting. We've been hacked.
Hacked? Really? Not on my watch. Gotcha! You joker, you!
Don't get caught with your pants down. Get Gigamon and get deep observability.
Hi there. My name is Ian Farquhar. I'm Field CTO Global at Gigamon. Today I want to talk to you about the metaverse, and specifically trust and distrust in the metaverse. For those of you who don't know who Gigamon is, we are the recognized leader in deep observability. While the actual structure of how we're going to all implement the metaverse and provide services into it are still very much a work in progress, it will definitely involve a public cloud, probably private cloud, and hybrid infrastructure as well. The ability for us to observe these environments, to secure them, to maintain them, to operate them, to make sure they are performing adequately to meet the needs of our users, requires us to be able to observe them. And deep observability is the ability to see the operation of these environments for those purposes, to manage them, to secure them, and to make sure they're operating for our users. For those of you who don't know Gigamon, we've been around for about 20 years. We have 4,000 customers worldwide, including 7 of the 10 top global banks, 10 out of the 10 top US government agencies, 8 out of the top 10 healthcare providers, and 9 of the top 10 world service providers, mobile service providers worldwide. 83 of the top 100 Fortune 100 companies are Gigamon customers. So that's really the end of the advertisement part. I really want to talk today about trust. And this is a very interesting subject for me because I've been in security for about 30 years. And rather ironically, where I started my security career was doing research and development in VR. I worked at a research team at Macquarie University that was doing a lot of work around consumer delivery of data, of experiences, of movies, and of VR. We were actually looking at virtual reality experiences, albeit in a highly conceptual way back then. It was an interesting time, and from that research group, some of the earliest work of Wi-Fi came about. After that, I ended up working at SGI, or Silicon Graphics, which was an early pioneer in doing CGI and even early VR work, virtual surgery and so forth. So this is something I've been thinking about for an awful long time. And because I've been thinking about it for a long time, I'm going to take a slightly different approach. While we are going to talk about the technologies and the approaches, I think it really benefits us to talk about trust. I like to joke about the layer 8 problem, and I'm sure many of you have heard the joke, with 7 OSI layers, and the 8th is the user. I actually say there are 10. You've got the 7 network layers. You've got the 8th, which is the user, the 9th, which is the organization, and the 10th, which is the compliance and regulatory environment. The 8th is, in fact, one of the things that we as InfoSec professionals sometimes disregard, sometimes write off as user education. Yes, we'll actually do that, but we often don't think enough about the way our users interact with the experiences, the environments, the facilities, the services we create. Now, when I look at the metaverse, I really like to think about how this will be different. Well, how will this be different for us? How will the services we deploy? How will the way our businesses interact with the metaverse be different to how we've done InfoSec over many, many years? And, I was reading in preparing this presentation, one of the things I looked out, as I like to, is how people define the metaverse. Was there some cool definition? You know, I've read William Gibson's Cyberpunk. I remember actually meeting the guy in 1985. But you know, what is the definition of this? And there are two words in the definition that I found on Wikipedia that I really, really thought was fascinating. And those are the last two. The key difference of the metaverse is that we are going to be mediating social connections. Now, in the traditional internet, social networking, we've been doing that for years, but there is going to be a fundamental difference in the way we interact and do social connections in the metaverse. And I think that's the key to my talk today. Once I realized that we need to actually understand something about the way we perceive the world and the way we evaluate trust, they will actually lead us to the technical solutions we need to deploy, because the challenges we are going to face really are challenges of human nature. They're challenges of psychology, they're challenges of sociology. The technology is going to be subordinate to that. If we come and apply technological solutions to our layer 8 problem without addressing the fundamental characteristics of layer 8, it just won't work. And so I wanted to start my talk today by talking about trust, and not about trust in the technical sense. And, you know, I'm Gigamon's zero trust expert. I talk about trust a lot in technical terms. But what I want to talk about it is in psychological and neurological and developmental terms. And it's not work that I'm unfamiliar with, because I often talk to groups of people, get invited as an InfoSec professional to talk to them about this. But what I've done here is to go a little bit further than I normally go, to talk about how we perceive trust as human beings and why it will be different in the metaverse. So let's begin. What is trust? Well, it's actually a psychological mechanism. Now, we are all InfoSec or IT professionals listening to this, so we know that what are cognitive structures are. We often deal with cognitive biases when we're dealing with humans. This is a cognitive structure. And we know that risk, it's something we manage. Probability plus impact, it's business school 101, right? But it actually still applies when we're dealing with it in terms of psychology. You know, trust is the mechanism we use to assess probability. We decide whether we're willing to take a potential impact on the basis of the likelihood of that impact being experienced. Risk management 101. We do this psychologically. That's the fundamental issue we are dealing with now. Now, I went and did some research, and there is this really interesting paper, and I really recommend it to you all. Not so different after all, a cross-discipline view of trust. And it gives this extremely formal definition, and it is about interpersonal trust. But you know what? That's actually kind of relevant here, because in the metaverse, we're talking about technology-mediated social interactions. So trust is a psychological state comprising the intention to accept vulnerability based upon positive expectations of the intentional behavior of another. And that might actually apply in the metaverse, whether we're dealing with a real person or a non-person entity, a chatbot, an AI or something. Nonetheless, the same techniques will apply, as we will see a little bit later. So it's a psychological state. There is another definition that's a little bit tighter, and I quite like this one. This comes from the Cambridge Dictionary. To believe that someone is good and honest and will not harm you, or that something is safe and reliable. Both of them equally work. And as human beings, we are going to be doing this. We do this all the time. In fact, we kind of understand the brain structures that do this. The brain structure that does this is called the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, the blue bit. This is the first time I've run through that presentation where I have not fluffed the name. I am very proud of myself. The dorsomedial prefrontal cortex is a very interesting brain structure. It is essentially a switching gate, or at least that as an engineer, I would describe it. It takes a whole bunch of cognitive processes, a whole bunch of assessment processes that run, it mediates them through to a bunch of action processes. I like to think, one of the things I've learned as I've got older is to listen to my gut feeling about trust. We all have gut feelings about trust. And as an individual, I've often ignored that. And it's often been to my peril as well. I've regretted doing that. That's almost certainly some process, some subconscious trust assessment process that is indicating disquiet that I shouldn't be doing something. Now, there are a ton of these processes involved, and we don't understand the majority of them. I am not a neurologist. I would defer to them. I've read a lot of material about this, but nonetheless, the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex is to take all of these processes that assess trustworthiness, trustability, and turn it into mediating our actions. So, of course, trust lives there. It's basically the trust assessment part of our brain. It's a very interesting structure. And by the way, kind of horrifying if it's damaged by a bleed, by injury or something. It results in a very dysfunctional person. Now, it has been something that's been developing over the years. And, here's all our ancestors leading up to that, and they definitely assess trust. In fact, non-humans, non-primates use trust all the time as well. I have a really bizarre story about something I noticed many, many years ago. Birds can assess trustability. Birds can make trust-based decisions. They do make risk-based decisions. This is reasonably well documented. One of the things I observed, I used to travel via train into town, and there are a whole bunch of pigeons that lived near the office I used to work with. I noticed the pigeons were never, ever bothered by a human that was looking at their smartphone. But as soon as that person looked away from the smartphone, they would give them a much wider berth. I found that absolutely fascinating, and it was a definite effect. The pigeons realized that human beings were distracted by these weird things in their hands. Therefore, they posed less of a risk. Pigeon's not a smart creature. It's not particularly dumb either, but it was doing a risk analysis. It was figuring it could trust a human staring at a smartphone to be more distracted and therefore less of a risk than a human that was focusing on them. We all do it. Most animals do it at various levels of skill. But here's the interesting thing about humans. Here's the interesting thing about people. Our ability to assess trustability, our ability to even assess risk, seems to be highly situational. And that's really relevant if we're talking about the metaverse. I think it was the CISO of PayPal at one of the RSA conferences who actually said a line that has stuck with me to this day. Every new environment turns us into children. That's kind of a confronting line. But his point was that when we change environments, when we radically change environments, our risk assessment tends to fail. We tend to become childlike. We tend to become over-trusting. And that's a problem. And we can actually see this in action. Take, for example, this. Every one of us, I very much doubt there's anyone listening to this who has not received one of the Nigerian print scans. Now, if you were approached in the street, a familiar environment, human face-to-face social interaction is an extremely familiar environment for every human being alive today. And somebody says, I've got $20 million. If you'll help me transfer it, I'll give you 10% of that $2 million. Will you do that for me? Most of us would know that it's a scam. Our risk sense would come into play. We'd realize we can't trust this individual and we'd walk away. But this scam's been working for years. In fact, it's still active. 30 years into the internet, these things have been flying around for years. Again, in a familiar environment, rather than rejecting this as clearly and obviously absurd, people fall for it. There's an example of an unfamiliar environment turning us into children. It's a problem, particularly when what we are proposing, what the whole metaverse is around, is a radical new environment that's unlike anything anyone has ever seen before. That fundamentally is a problem, isn't it? We are going to be putting our users into environments where they are going to be turned into children. Let's dig into that a little bit more. This is Inslee. Inslee's an avatar. As a human being, if I was facing a real person like Inslee, I'd be able to make some assumptions. I'd see that she was female. I'd see that she was probably in her early 20s. I'd be able to assess my trustability with her using a whole bunch of mechanisms that mediate into my dorsomedial prefrontal cortex. Yeah, I fluffed it. But nonetheless, I'd be able to assess her mood, her environment, how she was acting, whether she seemed nervous, her emotional state. In a real human interaction, I'd have all of these clues. Now, of course, Inslee is an avatar, and I generated her to do this presentation. And while she is a highly realistic avatar, and even though I have an NVIDIA 3090 here, we're not quite yet at that stage of realism. It takes about 20 seconds to render her into the state you see here. And nonetheless, Inslee is actually being sold, as you can see, for interactive use. The company that sells Inslee, and this is no criticism of Daz3D at all, sees Inslee as an avatar that will be used in virtual reality environments. That's why they're selling interactive licenses for games and so forth. We're going to lack so much of that context. Our users might be dealing with Inslee, and they might make the assumptions that Inslee is a 20-something woman, but she could also be a 50-something man or a 14-year-old girl playing someone older. And there are many, many bad outcomes that I'm not going to go into here, why that might actually be an issue. I suppose it's, Inslee mightn't even be human. I mean, it's cliche, this wonderful cartoon from the 5th of July, 1993 in the New Yorker magazine. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. And that's absolutely true. Rather prescient cartoon, this one. But what about a chatbot? I mean, I'm nowhere near qualified enough to understand the issue of whether this AI was sentient. Certainly one researcher who was later laid off believed that this chatbot was sentient. People who have much more experience than me find this very, very unlikely. But nonetheless, this chatbot clearly passed the Turing test. And for those of you who don't know what the Turing test is, it was a test proposed by Alan Turing to detect sentience. This could pass the Turing test, at least with one researcher who became convinced it was sentient. It may be that avatars will be backed by chatbots. In fact, many of us actually might want that. We might be providing services using that. The reality is that our sense of trust, our ability to actually assess trustability, our users' ability to assess trustability in the metaverse might be seriously compromised by our own cognitive habits. Now, at this point, you might be saying, okay, Ian, that's just fine. But risk is also about impact, right? And it's the metaverse. What will the impact be? And you know what? That is a reasonable argument, but I don't think it's an actual argument you can make because, frankly, we've already seen huge impact from online activities. The metaverse will be no different. Aside from the direct financial impact, you can have emotional impact. I am absolutely certain somebody will fall in love at some point with a chatbot and be devastated by it. We all know that this will happen at some point. There will definitely be scams and cons and absolutely everything else that will go on under the sun, and real world consequences will happen. Therefore, while trustability might be messed up, the impact will still be there. And that means we still have a risk. We need to fix this. Now, please understand, when I talk about this, I'm incredibly excited by the idea of the metaverse, the ability to provide experiences for people that are so much richer, and particularly for people who might not have the ability to do that, disabled people who might be able to explore new vistas. It will be an incredible thing, but we need to fix the trust issue. So now we're going to get to the point where I talk about technology solutions. Let's just summarize what we know so far, because I think we're in a pretty good position to actually look at this, to talk about the technology now, and to assess the problem. The fundamental problem is we are going to be dealing with users whose ability to assess trust doesn't work well and won't for quite some time in the metaverse environments that we provide them. How can we help them? Well, we acknowledge that it will enable new forms of human interaction. We acknowledge that many of the cognitive capabilities we use to assess trust will be challenged or disrupted by the metaverse. Okay, we need to understand that malicious parties will use the metaverse to exploit people. Okay, is that a definite? Well, let me just say this. In preparing this presentation, I tried to think of any major or minor societal change, which the metaverse will be, that hasn't been exploited by criminals and con artists. And I came up I spent like half an hour thinking about it. Is there a single one that hasn't been? The answer is no. This will happen. We just need to assume it. Like everything, it has good and bad. There are very few technologies that are universally good or universally bad. The metaverse will be no different. We need to take the good and acknowledge and deal with the bad. By the way, one prediction, and I'm going to call it out here because it does relate to some technology solutions and things we should be doing as individuals. We will see the metaverse enable a new level of toxic behavior from a subset of users. Do you think Twitter is toxic? I guarantee you the metaverse will be much, much worse. As individuals, we need to acknowledge our limitations, see the problems, and learn new skills as an individual. So what about the technology solutions, the core of what I want to talk about today? So I've set the scene. Let's talk about what we can do. Let's talk about ways of de-risking the metaverse, of giving people positive experiences of it and enabling the good without enabling the bad. So firstly, we need to acknowledge the layer 8 problem, the person problem. You know, we joke, payback, problem between chair and keyboard. No, the opportunity is between the chair and the keyboard. We need to acknowledge them and deal with them. So firstly, yes, user education isn't perfect. I'm a big fan of user education, but let's build user education into our processes. That's not only for our staff, but build educational experiences that builds the ability to deal with trust, taking them from children and helping them to grow up. You know, I have heard people criticize user education and say, yeah, but you still get a 10% failure rate. I will take a 90% success rate any day. Let's do that. Secondly, let's work with behavioralists who understand this. I'm a technologist. I read a little bit about psychology. I read a little bit about sociology. Let's actually hire people. If you were a company looking into deploying stuff on the metaverse, hire some psychologists and behavioralists who understand this and can point out problems before they occur, or develop the capability in-house, either way. Anticipate toxic behavior from a subset of users, because we all know it's going to happen. Here's the big one. Give our users the tools they need to successfully detect lack of trustworthiness. One of the things that really frustrates me at the moment, particularly around large social media companies, is when you have something that's gone wrong, how difficult they make actually getting it resolved. One of the things we can't do, we know bad stuff is going to happen. Let's build well-advertised channels to allow people to report complaints and deal with those problems. Some of the problems that they are reporting are people or organizations, such as threat actors, we might want to deal with. So let's make finding them really, really easy and hearing about them. And if we do deploy non-human entities, non-player characters, let's make sure that we deploy them in an ethical way so that people don't mistaken them for humans. Let's call it out. This is a chatbot. Let's not make it confusable for an individual. Let's make the thing a robot, and let's make it very clear that you are not dealing with an individual. Okay, let's get to some more technology. Build the security controls in at the early or pre-design phase. Built-in is always better than bolt-on. The metaverse is an entirely new environment. For years, InfoSec engineers have been complaining about, oh, we're always bolting on security. Yeah, let's use this as an opportunity to build security in from day one. Let's make every gate of our development processes deal with security. And that just makes so much sense in this new environment. And by the way, zero trust, as much as I didn't want to talk about technology, will be part of this. When you're building your infrastructures, build them around zero trust principles. NIST SP 800-207. It's a nice, easy read, really simple principles to follow. Let's, as we build this new infrastructure, build it around a zero trust architecture. To me, it makes perfect sense. Now, when we're dealing with adversaries and threat actors, they're going to be using the metaverse via the network. Let's not forget that those networks, we have lots of infrastructure around detecting and identifying the behavior of these threat actors. Let's deploy that into our infrastructure. And by the way, if we've built zero trust in already, we should have built a user and entity behavioral analytics model into our infrastructure that should allow us to detect the aberrant behavior that will be correlated with a threat actor inside the metaverse. Again, going back to the comment before, if we build it in from the start, not bolt it on later, it'll work a lot better. I talked about layer 8 and layer 9 being the organization and 10 being the legal and regulatory environment. This is more about layer 10. We will be using international infrastructure. We will probably not just be building infrastructure that runs in our home country under our own set of laws. Let's really acknowledge the business, cultural, and legal differences that using that infrastructure enables, and again, building it from the start to address those. And don't disregard 30 plus years of InfoSec practice because it's the metaverse. Defense in depth, the assumption of compromise, deperimeterization, all the things that we know are correct when we're building our metaverse infrastructure still needs to apply. Just because it's the metaverse doesn't mean we just drop all of that stuff that we knew. Let's build that in. And again, we're doing it to zero trust principles. They're all built into that. Finally, visibility is key. And we at Gigamon have this saying, you can't secure what you can't see. You need observability of your infrastructure. If you have no observability or limited observability, the part of your infrastructure you cannot see is a risk. Build observability and deep observability into the infrastructure so you can monitor it and do all of the things I've described here and set yourself up for success. And with that, I'm going to call it quits. Thank you very much. I know this has probably been, for some of you, an unusual way of dealing with the problem, but I think it's warranted. The metaverse is a social construct. It's less about technology and more about the social and human factors. So let's start there. Rather than taking technology and mapping it to human interaction, let's take human interaction and choose the best technology to manage it. That's really the core of what I wanted to say today. I hope this has been useful, and thank you very much for your time and attention. Bye-bye.
Yes, your insights are very useful. Thank you very much, Ian, for that insightful and very interesting presentation. We'll have you again later during the panel discussion this afternoon. Thanks, Ian. Moving on to our last but never the least speaker is the Associate Director, Head of Information Security Governance and Operations of Maya, who will discuss with us cyber resiliency, shifting gears to the metaverse. Let us all give a virtual round of applause to Mr. John Martin Encina.
Back in April, we introduced the brand new Maya with a goal: give Filipinos what they need to master their money, all in one app. We weren't kidding when we said that wasn't everything. Today, we're ready to share even more ways for you to take control of your money. Here's everything new with Maya for July 2022. The hype around Maya savings is real. We're excited for more people to enjoy our 6% interest rate, which is now available to everyone with a complete Maya account. What's more, all users with savings are instantly upgraded to power users, so you can cash in up to 500,000 pesos to your wallet and give your deposits a serious boost. We heard some great feedback from Maya's early access. You told us that saving could be a lot easier if you knew exactly what you were saving for. Our solution is a new feature called Personal Goals. From your savings dashboard, you can create a goal that lets you set a name, how long you have, and how much you need to make. Keep up to 5 goals at a time and see how everything's progressing at a glance. Not only does Personal Goals let you organize and budget your money, it also rewards you with a 6% interest. Jackpot! Hit your goals out of the park with Personal Goals, available when you update your app today. For all you fearless crypto traders, we have news from space. 5 new currencies have just been cited in the Maya app. You can now invest in a total of 15 coins for you to diversify your folio. Meanwhile, the new Maya design continues to roll out in the app. You'll find new parts of your wallet now sport a smarter look that's as easy to use and navigate as the rest of the app. Together with these big updates, you'll find extra quality of life changes to help you manage your money more flexibly. In the future, expect new ways to express yourself with your money. Plus, keep an eye out for something dark on the horizon. Until next time.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Jan Encina from Maya and would like to thank the Information Security Officers Group for having me today. This is a topic that we are very much excited because if you know that Maya is actually offering a crypto service now, so technically we are in the metaverse. So it's very important to talk about this topic because metaverse presents a lot of possibilities, which we will talk about later. Later on, we're going to see how it impacts our everyday lives. Very exciting for everyone. Again, thank you for allowing me to become part of this event. But before we go to the metaverse, I really wanted to introduce the company first. So Maya is the all-in-one money platform bringing Filipinos bolder, bolder ways to master their money. So as you know, we have rebranded from PayMaya Philippines to Maya. The reason for that is that we really want to become everything in a bank. PayMaya Philippines is still existing as an entity. It's still handling the wallet, but then we also have Maya Bank already, which we have launched this year, and that will complete an entire ecosystem of financial services that really envisioned to be serving the country. If you're going to look at the ecosystem, this is how we look right now. We have more than 50 million registered users, we have more than 650 Maya Save accounts opened already within 3 months after launch. So very exciting times for us. We're still the #1 fully integrated payments processor for key industries, and we have more than 760,000 points of acceptance for merchants. The Maya centers that we call them now Maya centers used to be called Smart Padala is still the widest agent network. covering 65,000 touch points. And as mentioned, we're one of 6 of the digital banks that were approved to operate by the BSP. And our no matter how far we rebrand, our vision will still be the same, to be the #1 financial services ecosystem in the Philippines. And that's really delivered through our cutting edge technology. And our mission is to empower every Filipino enterprise consumer. And we want everyone to really be thriving in the digital economy. So thank you for that time to introduce Maya. But now let's really go to the metaverse. This is how I'm going to structure my talk. We're going to talk about the metaverse as the next frontier, why it matters to everyday users, to the governments, to businesses, to the economy. And as with every new opportunity, it will always have risks, right? So we're going to talk about the metaverse as a cyber battleground, why it impacts security, privacy, and how can we save the metaverse in that sense, meaning as security professionals, what's our role? What should we be thinking about? So I'm not here really to present solutions. Metaverse is an evolving topic. It will always have its own set of challenges, which we will see later. But then I want to share my insights on how we can participate in this new ecosystem. And I want to kick off my talk by quoting Mr. Sundar Pichai, the Google CEO, that it's always been obvious to me that computing over time will adapt to people rather than people adapting to computers. So what is the metaverse? Basically, what happens, the metaverse is really the internet on a whole new experience, on a whole new experience. I think that's the key word, meaning that if you're when you're right now when everyone's working at home, you open your messenger, open your chat applications, your email to communicate with other employees, right? But in the metaverse, that's taken to a whole new different level. You can go to virtual reality meetings, really see the people that you are talking to, and really communicate as if they're beside you. So that offers a totally different experience for the users, and a lot more opportunities for businesses. So why immerse, right? Because you want to experience virtual communities life-like, meaning you're not just talking to people just by chatting with them. You don't just see the lines of chats and exchanges with the people that you're interacting with. You see their avatar, you see their online presence, right? It really breathes life into the internet. And not only that, you can actually own a portion of the web, right? You can own properties and really make money. So if you've heard about the non-fungible tokens, cryptocurrency, these are things that allow you to actually engage in money making in the metaverse. And it also offers really boundless knowledge exchange and learning. So uh, previously, what the model for learning is that people go into a classroom, there's a teacher, and then that's where they learn, right? So the metaverse is kind of changing that mindset. They're bringing the classroom to the students. So imagine that you want to train someone in operating a sea vessel. So you don't need a sea vessel for you to be trained. What you will do is to run a virtual reality application, and then you can go into a sea vessel with your classmates, with your instructors, running your drills, and really brings about a lot of possibilities and in terms of learning reach, right? And it also facilitates really boundless knowledge exchange because you don't just learn by reading the textbooks. You don't just learn by going into Google and learning from the internet. You learn from your peers. And the thing is, since it has a virtual reality aspect, you don't just chat them. You really see their avatars as if you are in the same classroom, as if you are in that sea vessel. And imagine the possibilities that can really bring if it's being up to scale, right? There's really and the metaverse actually also fosters stronger bonds within the participants because since it's lifelike, it's just like talking to your peers in person. It kind of gives you a better trust in one another, and it also helps you understand each other better. And the metaverse is really changing our lives, right? According to studies, worldwide cryptocurrencies adoption is up by 880%, 2020 versus 2021. And the metaverses really open new businesses and work possibilities, right? So uh, probably a few decades ago, you will not hear the job description. You will never see a role in your company called a blockchain engineer, right? You will not see that. You will not see a role called a virtual reality moderator. No, it just open, but having the metaverse really opens up a lot of business opportunities and work for a lot of people. So you will see that there will be new demand for new skill sets. Companies are going to start thinking about where they want to invest in the metaverse, which part of the metaverse. Are they gonna create a new metaverse on by itself, right? So it's very important to for professionals like us to keep on upscaling ourselves, right, to catch up with these trends. Governments exploring the delivering public services through the metaverse. So in the case of South Korea, right, I think that they're one of the first who will really delve into creating a government metaverse. An interesting application, I believe, in the United States would be homeless people don't have IDs, don't have validate, they don't have identities. They were actually given a blockchain address so that they will be identified and be offered government services. So because they know who they are. And I put the most obvious thing in the last of the bullets, but yeah, this is where it's all started, right? That gaming is no longer just gaming. It's a way of life, right? It's a way of interaction. You don't just game to play. You can play to earn, right? You've seen a lot of applications for that aspect, and it will just continue to grow. So, and really, you're only bound by the limits of your imagination. Be anyone you want to be. You can choose an avatar, make it look like you, and be anywhere that you want to be, as long as as long as it's within that metaverse that you're in. You can explore that and really meet everyone else in the metaverse. And the best part of it, again, is really make money while doing all this. But then you start thinking, right? So in in concept, I'm actually going into a new community. It's a new way of life. And being a security professional, there's really just one question in our minds, right? Is the metaverse safe? And these are the topics that we're going to talk about today. So there's really no one metaverse, right? There are closed metaverses, meaning that once you get in there, they won't interact with other metaverses. That's pretty much it. But some are open. Some metaverses have the capability to actually interact with each other, and that opens up a lot of questions in terms of identity, in terms of how can I be sure that the person I'm talking to in Metaverse One is still the same person I'm talking to in Metaverse Two, right? And of course, most metaverses are cloud native, meaning they're really born in the internet. If you think about that, the same threats that are impacting your cloud applications, your cloud infrastructure, are the same. So they are also subject to zero-day vulnerabilities. They can be attacked. You'll have to take care of your attack surface, which we will try to talk about later. And if you talk, probably a unique feature of metaverse security is that it will have a very wide attack surface. So when I say attack surface, we're talking about the possible points of entry. Because if you run an application in the cloud, you're probably in iOS, you're probably in Google, right? So your attack surface is kind of limited. It's limited only to your backend infrastructure and to the devices where your applications are installed. But the metaverse doesn't work like that, right? on top of your infrastructure, on top of the devices, you will have mobile gaming consoles, right? You will have IoTs, you will have VR headsets, you will have all of the other gadgets that actually connect to the metaverse. So if you look at it, there's really a very wide attack surface, and there's a lot of entry points that you need to address. And the problem with all of these is that most security solutions are actually right now geared to protect your backend, your applications, but it will not protect IoT, right? Meaning that there are the IoT companies will have to protect themselves, which opens up a lot of problems in terms of security and really concerns, right? And here's the thing: not all metaverse participants are there to, just socialize, do the gaming themselves, meet other people, educate. No, they're there for a very particular bad reason, and not all people in the metaverse are innocent. So just pretty much like the internet, right? Not all people that you meet in Facebook are innocent. Some of them are scammers. Some of them want your information. Some of them will try to defraud you, right? So it's pretty much the same in terms of metaverse. And uh, we really can't cannot not talk about privacy in the metaverse, because there are a lot of questions that needs to be answered, like who can track your activities while you're in the metaverse. Um, I mean, if you think about it, every single movement that you do in the metaverse, you speak to someone, you trade with someone, you open something, that's all tracked, right? And we have and companies need to ensure that they're very transparent in the data that they collect from the customers. How much do they process? How much do they analyze? And most importantly, right, how much do they share with their third parties? Because there's always this quote in the digital space that if you're using a service and it's free, you're probably the product, right? So as users, you need to understand what data are you permitting to share, and are you okay as a user that the company will actually do what they say they will do with your data. And if you think about it, the metaverse offers you really boundless opportunities to communicate, to go. So if I'm interacting with a user in the UK, I'm also interacting with a user in California, for example, which privacy laws will apply? Now there will always be that confusion. There will be that issue that we have to resolve. I mean, this is an issue in the internet, much more in the metaverse, right? When we have to strike a balance between anonymization and privacy and regulation, right? So these are really questions that companies and governments will have to answer moving on, while we dive deeper into the metaverse. And can crimes happen in the metaverse? Oh yes, definitely yes. I mean, I'm sure most of you have heard about cryptocurrency being stolen, being lost, right? NFTs going into the hands of the wrong people. Since you can trade in the metaverse, and you are probably protected by anonymity, money laundering is a risk, which is a very important issue for a financial institution like ours, right? And since you're talking to people in the metaverse, and you're not really chatting with them, like literally talking to them, right? This is a possible venue for terrorist recruitment, illegal deals, inside the metaverse, because they probably are these crooks are probably thinking that, hey, I'm being monitored if I use Facebook, if I use all of the other social media platforms, if I use SMS, I can be tracked. So why don't I just go to the metaverse and do my bad stuff there, right? And if crimes happen, so let's say you have a shiny new NFT, that you're showing off in the metaverse, and it gets stolen, who you gonna call? Is it the metaverse? Is the metaverse operator? Is it law enforcement? I mean, again, these are issues that needs to be solved and really be talked about by private institutions and governments moving forward. And you have to ask also, is it safe to interact with other metaverse users? How do I know? Because how do I know if I'm talking to the right person? Because if you're in the metaverse, you're in a virtual reality. You basically put your trust based on the appearance of the person you're talking to, right? So it's just like reality that if I see someone, I verify that yeah, that's the voice, yeah, that's the face. That's instant trust, right? But then what if that account has been taken over? How do you validate that it's really that person behind that avatar that you're talking to, right? Misinformation from impersonation or misrepresentation. How do you know if you're really talking to, let's say, a metaverse moderator at that, right? Now you and then and you're sure that the information that you're getting is really official from that company. And of course, harassment, defamation. I mean, the cyber libel. I mean, all of these issues are present in the internet, and they're magnified at a whole together different level when we talk about the metaverse. So it's not the end of the world, right? I think what we need to do if we really want the metaverse to see traction in terms of security, is to understand how the metaverse is secured, and you have to understand that each metaverse will have its own unique set of security features. As mentioned earlier in my talk, there's no one metaverse. There are a lot of metaverses, so you have to understand how each metaverse is securing their stuff. And as users, we are responsible to understand that hey, this is what the metaverse is securing for me, but I have my own responsibility. Like and it really starts it really starts with hygiene, right? Still selecting the right passwords, making sure that MFA is turned on, making sure that you don't get phished, right? These are you've heard all of these. These are all basic security stuff that you need to bring when you go into the metaverse. And social engineering will still be a threat, right? Still pretty much the same for users, but for companies, very important that you really implement a proper DevSecOps framework in your companies, because what happens in the metaverse is that there's really a lot of code. There will be there's a lot of changes that will go, and if you waterfall your security testing, trust me, it will be insecure. You will not be able to go through all of that code with all of that velocity. So you have to automate your security testing. Really make sure that every single piece of code gets tested, and whenever you are designing your products, even before you write your first lines of code, even before you deploy your first servers, you are already talking with management and saying that, hey, this is how I want this is how I want the metaverse secured. Meaning that security should be part of the design. It's security by design, privacy by design. Still pretty much the same concepts, right? Of how we secure our digital applications. And also very important is that we shift into biometric authentication. Move away from passwords. Make sure that you are employing stronger authentication that's really linked to the human, because biometric authentication is so much harder to break, right? If you're comparing with SMS based MFA or other forms of MFA. And since you're running a metaverse, let's say you're a company running a metaverse, you really cannot discount the fact that you need 24/7 monitoring. You have to absolutely make sure that whenever your users are on, your security guys are on. You want to monitor for cyber attacks, not just cyber attacks, but really fraud. And it's a very critical component to make sure that your users continue trusting you, because once people start experiencing bad things in a certain metaverse, or even in a certain app, right? Not even metaverse. If the financial institutions starts getting hacked, social media pages start getting hacked, people lose trust. So and they stop using your product. So that's gonna be bad for you. And it's very important how to have a proper threat intelligence, and making sure that you understand what threats are coming into you, right? So it's really a combination of making sure that you have your OSINT set up, you have paid threat intelligence, and you're able to really correlate these threat intelligence data with your own internal telemetry. Very important, and you have to think about automating your incident response process. And also very important is that you shift to behavior-based anomaly detection. So this is where AI in cybersecurity really comes in. You want to make sure that you don't just detect threats based on signatures. You have to detect them based on what they really do. This allows you faster response because again, the metaverse is 24/7. Users will be logged on all over the world. So it's crucial that you respond as fast as you can whenever there are cyber attacks. And probably one of the most unique features of security in metaverse would be to make sure that there's community moderation and reasonable monitoring of user interaction. Because again, crimes can happen in the metaverse, money laundering can happen in the metaverse, terrorist financing and terrorist recruitment can happen. So you want to make sure that there's some reasonable monitoring over what is being talked about by users. And there's proper transparency over permissions and the data that you collect. And very important is that you have the capability to respond whenever you see potential threats, and start the conversations with law enforcement. I think the law enforcement, our law enforcement folks will be very interested to see how they can help in this new way of living, in this new business model. Because we want to make sure that the good guys are in first, because the bad guys will just keep on coming in, right? So we need help here. Companies cannot do this alone. And that's the end of my presentation. So thank you very much again for having me today. And I hope I was able to impart something well. And if you have questions, you can email me through jan.encina@maya.ph. And again, thank you to the Information Security Officers Group. And I'll be open for questions.
Well, thank you very much, Sir John, Martin, and Sina. Indeed, you imparted helpful tips and great insights. If you have questions about that presentation, type in the Q&A chat box. All right, we'll have again John Martin later at the panel during the panel discussion. Now, before we continue with our second panel discussion, let us have you're waiting for this, guys, our third raffle draw. We'll be raffling off these cool items: mechanical dustproof keyboard, waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds, 15-in-1 precision screwdriver set, and 4-in-1 computer gaming set. All right, let's start drawing the winners for this raffle items. First up for grab, mechanical dustproof keyboard. Let's see if you will be lucky this time. All right, the winner is spin the wheel. Milet Kabusai China Banking Corporation. Congratulations, Milet, you just won a mechanical dustproof keyboard. Let's see. Another item up for grab, waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds. And the winner is, you are lucky this afternoon. The winner is Firdausi Munsid of DFA. Congratulations to you. You just won a waterproof Bluetooth gaming wireless earbuds. Third item in this batch of raffle, 15-in-1 precision screwdriver driver set, and the winner is, here we go, Sonny Losada, CTBC Bank Philippines Corporation. Congratulations to you. You just won 15-in-1 precision screwdriver set. All right. We have next 4-in-1 computer gaming set, and the winner is, spin the wheel. Congratulations to you. We have Annie Rose Gapud of PhilHealth. Congratulations to all our winners. All right, and for those of you who are actively participating but still haven't got the chance to win, well, you still have another chance later. After this panel discussion, that we will be having again another raffle draw. So baka doon na kayo manalo. So wag mawawala ng pag-asa. Don't you worry, meron pang chance mamaya. All right. Before we proceed with our panel discussion, let me congratulate first the winners of our ISOG Hot Box and gift pack. Congratulations to all of our winners. I hope you were able to enjoy the sumptuous meal or probably just about to enjoy eating it. Honestly, nung nakuha ko yung akin when I had mine, I was amazed with the packaging and on the innovation. So once you pull the string, you can eat the food as if it was freshly cooked in front of you. Mainit-init talaga at masarap yung pagkain ha. I had chicken adobo, sweet and sour fish, and corn and carrots and green peas. Ang sarap at mainit yung pagkain. Nagutom ulit tuloy ako parang pwede pang another round for that hot box. All right, so I hope you did enjoy your lunch or probably about to enjoy that hot box. Masarap at mainit talaga siya. Well, anyways, there's an additional contest for the winners, the hot box and VR contest poster, where you take a photo or video of your hot box and VR prize and tag ISOG Facebook or LinkedIn page, and then you give your feedback how ISOG, I Am Secure campaigns create an impact and your metaverse challenges and insights in your enterprise. And the last and the most creative photo or video gets to win a Marshall Flute speaker. So now let me call on first the finalist of our best video for the July 21, who is no other than Joy Balagao Bernardino, Faculty of Lyceum of the Philippines, Cavite, who won a Fantech mic condenser. Congratulations. Now let's see her video entry posted on Facebook. Congratulations again to you. And as mentioned by Ian, the hot box is fascinating. We all agree to that. All right, now the winner of the Marshall speaker goes to, well, another entry from the academic industry, and he is no other than Eric Ko, network engineer of the Lasal College of St. Benue. And his photo entry was most probably a photo of his son. Super cute! Taekwondo outfit with the ISOG VR glasses holding the metaverse box with a statement, age does not define the things you need to learn. It is never too late or too soon to learn security. Learn from the best mentors in the industry. Hashtag ISOG, hashtag I am secure. Great entry and great statement. Congratulations to you, Eric. At ito, I'm sure madaming pa contest si ISOG. Therefore, madami pong items to win. And again, it doesn't end here in this forum, as once again, we have the biggest awards coming up. Mark your calendars on October 27. I would also like to invite again all of you to nominate reputable Filipino cybersecurity leaders who made and are continually making impacts in securing the local and global cyberspace at the first ISOG I Am Secure Cybersecurity Excellence Awards. And listen to this. For every confirmed and accepted nomination, you can win an ISOG portable security box. So there, you can see it in your screen. Up for grabs for every confirmed and accepted nomination. Again, you can win an ISOG portable security box. Deadline of submission of nominees is on September 8th. So go nominate. Please see the chat box for link on how you could nominate and of course for more details.